Okay, good evening, everyone able to hear. I hope everyone should be able to hear. Please acknowledge in the chat. I have disabled the audio for all so that there won't be any disturbance. So I'll quickly start. Okay, so don't worry, just okay, fine. So it's everyone able to hear. So let's go ahead. So Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. So everyone, welcome everyone. So this is basically a seminar. I initially thought of doing a seminar, but later on I realized that probably one day seminar or like one hour seminar won't be sufficient to cover all the things what I'm supposed to share. Okay, so that's the reason I had to redesign this. I didn't redesign. There is something called workshop which I have shared. If you remember, whatever the details you have got, it is based on the workshop. Okay, now what are the things we are going to cover up? There are many things I'm going to cover up in these 2 3 day sessions. We'll try to make it 1.5 hour to probably 2 hour session, maybe 5 to 6 hours of workshop completely. So it's going to cover many things. Of course, I'll try to quickly give an overview initially what we are going to cover up. So before I go ahead, let me just quickly introduce myself. I'm Sikandar Sheikh. I'm certified in CCI in Enterprise Service Provider and Security. Been training for a long time and also been a network consultant where I'll be consulting different network and security related requirements. Again, apart from that, as you already know, we do also do some online trainings relating to Cisco, mainly Cisco. Apart from Cisco, there are plenty of other options. So many of you already aware of this. Just a quick review, okay? If anyone is joining for the first time, so the first thing, let's try to quickly go through with this one. So I'll be sharing the PDF. Don't worry, I'll be sharing this PDF file which actually have all the details what I'm trying to cover up. Okay, so let me quickly walk through. So there are many points I'm going to cover up. The first thing is, like as I said, it will be a 3-day workshop. I'll try to cover up in 2 to 3 days. That's what my plan is. And at the same time, I'll be recording the session, so you'll get the recordings as well. Parallelly, you'll also be getting the even you'll see the same thing is done live stream on the YouTube as well, so you can even watch back on the YouTube as well. Okay. So there are many things, like I said, challenges. So the first thing we'll see lot of problems, what generally everyone face, not just students, even working professionals who are facing challenges in managing the experience and other things. There are plenty of things we'll be seeing. The first thing we'll start with challenges faced by students in the job market, and then we'll try to see what are the different job opportunities you have, and then little bit more in details, I said. And for that, you need to do some good foundational learning. There are many things you have to cover up, like quality training. I'll come back all these points more in detail. Okay, so then the real challenge comes once you do learning. The real challenge comes transition into the job, and that is basically there are many problems like lack of experience, and there are many expectations from the companies. We don't meet the expectation. That is one of the main challenge what everyone faces. They simply say there's no jobs, but that's not the same case. Actually, we don't have enough skill set to meet the job requirements. So we'll try to see what are those problems. Generally, there are two variations in that expectations from with freshers. Then there are different types of expectations with experienced professionals. There are different level of expectations. So we'll try to see those things. And the next thing, most of the problems, the common challenges what a student face, especially the experience gaps, what are the different possible issues, and what are the different possible solutions you have on overcome those experience gaps. And likewise, so there will be some interview hurdles, like clearing the interviews is also one of the main challenge for everyone, almost everyone. So we'll try to see how you do that. Again, I'm not saying via other ways. So it's like hard work, how we can clear the interviews, and how the level of preparation should be. Probably those all solutions will try to work. Because at the end, what happens is, you learn a lot of things, but at the end, many times you don't get a job simply due to lack of experience. And again, the problem is if you don't work again, how you are going to get the experience. So this is a kind of a cycle when everyone gets into. But again, we'll try to see how we can break this cycle. That's again the plan. And majority of the things what I'm going to cover later on, it's completely focused on these things, like whether the different programs, what I'm going to cover up and how the programs are going to be covered and what are the things to be covered. These are all details. Okay. So again, there's a mock lab. So there are plenty of things we're doing. Still, I might add few more slides as I move on. Okay. So, but again, don't worry. Okay. This is something, a quick overview of what we will be starting, what we'll be doing in this two hours workshop. Not just 2 hours, 3-day workshop, I can say. Maybe 2 days or 3 days. I'll see how we can go with that. So without getting late, let's get started here. So let's start with the first one. What's the first one? The challenges faced, those things. So challenges faced by the student. So if you have any questions, probably you can drop the chat. Probably if I get some time, I'll go through with the chat. But don't worry, tomorrow I'll be sharing a Google form where you can submit your questions. So that's going to be much easier for me, where I know individual students and their details. Along with that, you may have some individual questions. Along with that, you can also attach your profile, which I'll go through and I'll try to consult probably one by one. That's something we can do later on. But again, there will be a lot of questions, so don't need to worry. We'll see all those things again. So let's get started here. The first thing we'll try to see what are the different challenges. The challenges what generally the students face. Okay. So what are the challenges? So there are many challenges, as you can see in the list here. Education system and the skill mismatch. That is one of the major challenge what we'll face. Okay. Now, what is this exactly? What is meant by exactly? The skills. So most of the time, what will happen is we will be going through with a traditional education system. Generally, if anyone is getting graduated or trying to get into a job, simply you just get into a graduation. Probably any of this expertise on the network security domains or IT domains. So mostly you go with a graduation. It can be any of the graduation, whether it's a BTech or anything. So whatever you spend the time, whether it is 4 years or 6 years, probably if you just count in after your 10th, probably you're spending around 5 to 6 years on the academics. And the problem is whatever the education you get, that is more a kind of a theory and there is no much on the practical side. Okay. So you can ask this to anyone. Okay. So it's nothing hidden secret. So everyone knows that, because whatever the education system or whatever the things we learn in theory, whether in a graduation, that's really completely different from what are the skill set we require in the organizations. Okay. So that's completely a different level. Even if you take the same, there's a difference here. So that is one of the thing. The main thing is the education system and the skill mismatch. Of course, there is a lack of experience as well, because once you get into a job, if you don't have an experience, that is also another reason for not getting into a job. And then there is also a competition as well, because in terms of competition, again, I can say, like, if there is one specific position, let's say there are 4 engineers required at one place, there will be more than 100 plus people applying for the same job. So which means there is a huge competition at the end, because there are many graduates getting every year. So obviously you have to be stand out in order to get into a job. Of course, in order to get into a better job. Okay, so that's the important thing. Okay, so the other possible reason, limited professional network. Now, this is one of the another challenge many people face, because if you don't have anyone in the specific field, then that is really going to be a huge challenge. Like if you want to become an engineer, I just use a normal or a computer graduate or computer engineer or maybe a programmer, or if you're trying to become a network security domain engineer or whatever the domain. So if you don't have anyone in the field, then that's going to be a huge challenge. Anyone means not compulsory to be a relative or your friend or someone, but we don't build any kind of professional network because we use Facebook, we use Instagram, we use plenty of social media tools, but we don't use LinkedIn, which is the biggest platform where you'll find plenty of professionals connected. And even if you connect with LinkedIn, that is just for this. We just try to utilize that in the same way as we do it in the Facebook, right? We just try to increase the number of friend requests, number of people following us, number of people to connect, but we don't go in a professional way. That's again the challenge. So it's really important that this is a professional network where you have to connect with the similar kind of profile. Again, this part is something I'll try to focus in the jobs, where how your approach should be in the job searches and what are the different connections you have to build. That's something I'll be covering up. That just I'm trying to cover up few issues again. At the same time, again, you don't have the lack of industry ready skills because most of the time the companies will for the skill set which is completely different from the academics. You might be scoring 80% in the academics, but that's not going to help you much unless and until you have a very good skill set whichever required, like quick learning. If you're a fresher, then probably there are a few things like quick learner, those kind of things. Again, I'll be covering those issues as well. And most of the time, many people depends on the campus placement. Like I have seen many graduates generally what they do is they just rely on the campus placement where hardly, even if you take any college, even if you take IIT as well, there is around 8 to 10% of the campus placement they will provide. Okay, so majority, that's a normal ratio. It's not, it's actually a fact. You can just check out. Okay, even in the top colleges as well, there is a ratio of 8 to 10% candidates getting placed. And of course, if you are studying in IIT, you can get placed any as well through some common interviews. But if you see the state of this IIT colleges, what about the general colleges, which are more than 95% of the colleges, right? The graduation colleges. So what will be the state? You can just check out that. So we heavily rely on many placements. We just get into graduation due to that. So I don't want to get into problems because there are plenty of problems around. I don't really want to get into that, but I'm just giving a quick overview on these things. Okay, because basically when I do counseling, when people meet, because I've been for more than 15 years, all these things, running training institutions, talking to many graduates and experienced people, these are the general problems what I have seen, and it will vary for individuals, but this is kind of a more common. So these are general challenges. Of course, I can just elaborate a lot of challenges. You may have seen plenty of many of the other things, but here my scope is not discussing more on problems, okay? Because rather we'll try to focus on the solutions, okay? But I want you to understand a little bit on this as well. Fine. So the challenges is done. And once we know the different challenges, like even you see, there are many people who are more than, like, let me also give a quick review. Like there may be people who have graduated for more than 2 3 years, but still they're not into a job, or they're working on a different profile, not from IT, being an IT background, or you have people who have more than 5 years of experience. They don't have any specific height. There are many problems, I just count them all, but of course I'll be working on the solutions. Okay, so what we have to do now, obviously, let's say if you're starting a career, let's take an example. You're starting a career on anything, linked to IT. You need to just start with exploring the options. Okay, exploring the opportunities. Okay, now, exploring the opportunities means you need to find out what are the different job opportunities in IT sector or non-IT sector if you're looking out. Now, this is kind of a general for any graduate. Now, it's not just graduate, even if you're just 10 plus 2 or 10 plus 3, still you're in the same loop. Because technically what I feel is, I don't want to get into that, but generally what I feel is at the age of 20 years, you should be employable. That is very important. If you're not employable, then you need to check yourself, because at the age of 18 to 20, I roughly say 18 to 20, because many people do graduation at the age of 20, 21, and then probably 22. That's a max. You can count in 3 4 years additional plus 4 3 4, that is fine. But generally this is what the future state. And I generally think that, what I generally think is like, at the age of 25, let's say 3, 4 years you can add. You should have a solid, good 5 years of experience. Any field, any domain, whatever the domain you are choosing, whether it is engineering or medical or, business or whatever it is. Okay. This is general uh, mindset. It should be. Okay. Maybe that's something what you have to do. And at the age of 30, probably you should have a solid 10 plus years of experience. You have a 10 plus years of experience on one domain. But the problem is at this stage, we are still struggling to get into a job. That is something majority. Okay. So you should have that experience. Okay. If not, then it's okay. Okay. I'll be here to guide you. Don't worry. But this is how it should be actually. So at the age of 30, we should be having a strong 8 to 10 years of experience. And based on that, you can build your own setup. Normally suggest at the age of 30. Many people, if we see many people who are really successful at a big level, they do this, at the age of 30, they have the 30 years of experience, 10 years of experience, and then they are really very good and starting up their own businesses. And probably next 5 years you'll be working on, if you're alive, then probably the next 5 years you're working on, probably by the age of 35, you have your own organization, probably working in autopilot mode. So which means even whatever you do or you don't do, or you work, you don't work, you just manage the people. You have people working for you, and probably an autopilot mode where you have people working for you, and then or some business setup. And this is how it is. Okay. So unfortunately, it's not the mindset. So the problem with our mindset or our education system, which we follow, is it's just a job. Just get into a job, maybe not just 20 or maybe 20, 25, whatever, and then still retire as a job. Okay, that's again the challenge. So you have to make sure yourself that, okay, at the end, after 5 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, I have to make sure that I should start something on my own. For that, you need to have a continuous learning. Okay. Learning is the only option you can grow. Okay. Simply increments will not help you. Every year, 10, 20% of salary hikes, that's not going to help you. That's just satisfy you, but that's not going to help you. So the skills will help you, obviously. Okay. Okay. So yeah, there are many challenges like lack of communication as well. There are many things, many things. I'll come to that. Okay. Now, there are many problems actually. If I sit on just discussing the problems or what we face, what we have, probably today's session will not be sufficient. I can still drag for one more. That will just focus on solution. See, always there are two things, to normally what I have seen in my life as well. When we go, so whenever you come across any issue, there are two things. One kind of people, just think about it, and just think about it, do nothing. Okay. The second thing is you just think about the solution. Obviously, you just ignore, problems are common for everyone. I'm not the only one who is facing these problems. Okay. So everyone is facing the problems, even bigger. But at the end, how good you are working on the solution, what you are doing exactly to fix that, what you are doing to overcome that. That's the main thing. Okay. Because many people spend just saying this and that, these are the problems and all. Okay. So just let's talk about the solutions. Okay. So I'm not going to be specific because I'm not getting into network security till the last session, because I'm not here to just promote my classes that I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You just come and join. That's not the case. But in general point of view, I would like to make you aware. You need to be aware of the issues. Then you will get a clarity, analyze yourself, and then you can work on the solution. Okay, so let's come back to this. Okay, let's come back to the planning. What should be done? Okay, so previously we discussed few challenges what we face, and exploring the opportunities. Probably what are the different opportunities you have to explore. The like in that there are many things like exploring the job options. It depends. Like if you're a graduate, like I said, you have an option to go into programming. You have an option to go into some network security or cyber security or database. You got plenty of options. Okay. Whatever you learn in the graduation, you can be a programmer in .NET, Java. I don't know, all these things are still working or not. Python, there are plenty of options. Okay. So you cannot be an expert in all. Obviously, you have to choose any one track, right? And of course, you have to see what are the emerging trends rather than just following the people. Try to see what are the different things which can help you, and of course, you need to analyze your skills as well. This is very important because most of the time we choose a track. Let's be specific on network security kind of thing, because I don't want to comment any on the other tracks. Let's say someone want to become, okay, I want to become a cybersecurity expert. That's what, many people come to me and say, I want to become even many graduates who are just doing the graduation, who just joined the BTechs, even my friends and, my student, their kids and all. So the problem is, I just have a simple 2 3 questions for them. Okay, do you have a computer? That's the first thing. And do you have an internet? And how good you are with managing the operating system? How good you are good at fixing your internet? And do you know how the internet works? And basically, these are the things. Any programming knowledge you have, because these are all the skill set you require, right? So you cannot just become a cybersecurity expert by doing 2 3 months course. Okay, you cannot become a network security expert just by doing 2 3 months course. Just okay. So if you are a graduate, then probably you should have that roadmap as well for you. Okay, so even someone want to come and say, okay, I want to do CCI, I want to become a CCI expert. That's something. Okay, there are many people who want to become CCI. That's good. But again, we should have the roadmap. It's not like 1 day process. It's not like 2 3 months process. It's a complete learning and getting experience, and then learning and then getting experience, and then finally becoming a CCI, becoming an expert like that. Okay. So you have to make sure that you match the skills, because whatever the skill set I can cope up, and whatever the thing you can do, like generally if you all are graduates, let's say I want to become a Java expert programmer. Many people, if you ask any computer science student, he say, I want to become a Java expert. I want to do. Now people also add Python. I want to become a cybersecurity expert. I want to become. Now the question is, what is your academics? Are you a topper or an average, or just the passing at a grade score, or just managing your marks at an average score? So but again, if you're an average, then probably this is not the roadmap for you, right? And if you are a topper, then obviously can go for it. Like many of my friends who studied with me, they are toppers. They are into this. They have been a Java programmers. They have been into programming, database, and all this stuff. So you need to match the skill set. That is also important. Okay. Okay, there are many things. Okay, so let's jump into the next thing. We'll talk about those things. Now, coming to the career development, how we can do. Now, the first thing we have to do self-evaluation. Self-evaluation is very important. So we have to evaluate where we are. What is my academic background? That's the first thing. And in today's scenarios, everyone is graduated. Everyone is, diploma holder. That is a minimum, I can say. Even you might be a 10+2 intermediate. That doesn't make any difference. Okay. Even if you are just 10, still you can do big things. Okay. That's what. Okay. So the academic background, it's like it will be useful in many of the companies if you're looking for a job. But if you want to become a successful person, then probably that's not a big deal. Because myself, I just did a diploma, but still I'm just 10+3, and still I managed to do many things. Still I own the company. Still I, do consulting for many things. Still many people who do masters in US and different places, they come to study. So obviously the skill set is something what matters. Okay. But I'm not saying that don't do this. You can just choose it. This is something your choice, your circumstances. And many people here who are attending, I hope they're already through this phase. So there's nothing you can do. If someone is already doing these things, just continue and plan, do as much as you can. At least 10+2, 10+3, 10+5, 10+6, anything it can be, just add as much as you can, because at the end, to get into a job, academics plays an important role, especially in the initial phases. But that's not always. But if you have a very strong skill set and very strong certifications on different whatever the things you do, but still this is something might be ignored. It totally depends. Okay. And of course, the skills, as I said, professional experience also counts. considering if you're an experienced guy, then obviously the companies will look for experience. Now you have to find out what is your background experience and other things. So what is your background experience and what and where you want to go. So first evaluate your things like academic background and professional experience, whether it is an IT related, non-IT related, or other skill set like maybe communications is common for all, another skill set like computer skills or internet skills or other things. Okay. Now, once you evaluate, now we need to explore the different career paths. Now, once you do self-evaluation, now you need to analyze, or you have to, what you have to do? You have to simply explore the different options what you have. Okay. So different options, exploring the career options. Now, what are the different options I can go with? Whether I can go into an IT, of course. Here we're talking about only about IT. Again, in the IT, there are many options. Okay, if you're a graduation student or if you're recently, again, you have a programmer, network security, networking, system admin roles, network admin roles. There are plenty of roles. Here, as I said, I will be more focusing on the roles what we generally do because that's where I'm expert. That's where I know many things. So that's where my guidance will be. Okay? So if you want to become a programmer or .NET programmer, or maybe even it's going to be very difficult for me to tell. Okay, of course I have people to connect. That's something I can still do that. Then you have to plan the different courses you have to do. Of course, there's the next thing, and then you need to plan the development plan. Development plan is basically like let's say this particular things to achieve, it takes 6 months to 8 months, or maybe 1 year. So that is your complete plan. Okay. Because the problem is once you are graduated, let's say you're graduated in 2023. This is my graduation, let's say anyone. By the time you learn, as I said already, as you're in the graduation, probably you're not going to do much on the skill set. That's the problem. While doing graduation, no one on the skill set. Okay. And then you complete the graduation and start learning this, learning that, learn Java program. This will not work. Learn Python. This will not work. Learn networking. This will not work. Learn database. This may not work. Finally, you learn something, maybe machine learning or some other things, then you realize, okay, there is something called AI will learn this. Finally, you land into anyone. Okay. So that time is almost more than 1 year. I have seen people spend almost 6 months in just thinking what to do. And then probably 6 months they will try all those things. And finally, after 1 year, they come to a conclusion that, okay, this is something what I have to do finally. Okay, so make sure that you have a clear development plan, those things. Okay, so these things. Okay. So here, let's say we decided. So here, what I do is I don't want to get into other tracks. I just decided to go into as become a network engineer. That's where our focus is. We want to become a network engineer or maybe a system engineer or the desktop support or a network administrator, or maybe you want to become anything like security engineer, or even if you want to become a cyber security, that is also kind of a roadmap towards, but not completely we do in that. Whatever related to network and security, now we'll try to jump into that. Okay. So the first thing when you want to do, so evaluate yourself. Now, like I said, if you want to become a network engineer or anything, now your personal skills, personal evaluation will decide where you will exactly land. But still, you don't need to really worry much on that. You just need to keep learning. Okay. So the first thing you have to decide where we should start. Normally, I say, wherever you go, I say, to start with CCNA, Cisco Certified Network Associate, where we cover the networking basics and security basics. Now, this is common for wherever you want to go, whether you want to become a network security engineer or network engineer, system administrator, network administrator, or any kind of role, network analyst, or anything you want to do. This is where you actually start. Okay. So whenever you start, now the first step is, now these are the steps, the foundations of these are the foundations of learning. Okay, so foundational learning means whatever you plan to learn. Okay, like let's say you want to do a course on one course which I'm offering, let's say level 1 into network engineer course. Let's say it's a 6 months duration, or you want to become a network security engineer, that is again 6 to 8 months. So whichever the program you select, like many people, they enroll for this program. Even I have more than 30 people enrolled in the last 6 months, more than that. But the problem is when they enroll, the problem is they lack somewhere. The first thing is the foundation of the successful learning. So learning is the first step. The learning is the first step. It means in order to learn, the first thing you need to make sure that you get the good quality training. That's the first thing. Whatever you want to learn, right? Anything it can be. Like you need to learn through online, offline training videos. Offline is something a little bit rare, but now you have multiple options now. You can just watch training videos and you can learn and gain knowledge, right? You'll find plenty of tutorials. Even you see there are many of my students who just pass with YouTube videos and clear the interviews. And they work and they just go refer some videos on the YouTube and try to do many things. Even I have seen many real-time production working people. Whenever any of my students says, I want to reset the console password for this, or I want to I have some issue of this troubleshooting, or maybe some how to demount my rack from server. I just search one video and send it to them. Okay, that's it, because I cannot go and explain each and everything. So specific. So quality training is important. Of course, the training is important. And while doing the training, you will be learning the concepts. That's something, because the core principles, understanding the core principles is important. Okay. Then after that, that's consistency is also important. You have to make sure that you are regular in these things. Like let's say if you have dedicated yourself with learning a CCNA course, let's say just a simple course CCNA, and this course goes for 45 days, 6 weeks. Now it's really important that you are consistent daily, whatever the class is going, you are attending the session. At the same time, you are practicing the sessions. You need to make sure that you also practice the labs, make sure that you revise the concept. These are all important things. You cannot just simply learn the things by just listening to anyone. Okay. So the first step is the foundations of the learning is like, you have to make sure that you get a good training and understand the concepts, and make sure that you are regular, consistency. And of course, you have to do some practice and additional readings, like reading some books or some other blogs, or referring some other videos from other authors. That will again help you to get more deeper. Okay. And at the end, you also need to make sure that you do the lab practice and do the revision, right? So you have to need to practice as well, right? Simply listening to the sessions will not help you. You have to keep on practicing them, and every week you have to review them. That's something how it goes. Okay. So this is common for any subject. Any subject you learn, whether you're learning any Java programming, or whether you're learning any Python program, or whether you're learning any networking, or whether even you are learning your graduation or any college, same thing, you just need to follow these simple rules and then sum up that with a practice. So this is something what you do anyway. Even if you join the CCNA course with me or without me, you join with us, or we join with any other, probably this is the first thing you have to do, right? Obviously, you have to do. And many people don't do this. Unfortunately, in my classes also, what I observe, it's very hard to find. Roughly around 10 to 20 people only manage to do this, and rest of the people, they just attend the sessions, and I see they come back for the same course after 1 year, again joining the same CCNA course. Okay. Simply out of subject, and they just get into some job, doing some other job, and then coming back. So if you don't do something seriously, then you will be in the same position. Okay. That's what many people, even there might be many people are attending the same sessions, because most of the participants are from old as well. So these things are important. And anywhere you do, this is something mandatory. You have to go through with the proper training along with the consistency and all those things, and practice. Now the question is, now let's come to the problem. Okay, let's say I did some courses. Let's say I learned, let me take a simple example of any network engineer, even those who join with me as well. Okay, I'm not taking anywhere any other. I just take my own example of my own students. You know, we have some simple programming level into network engineer, which covers the CCN and CCNP. Again, I'll come to this program more in detail. And we have another programs like NSC program, Network Security Engineer, where we cover CCNA and some firewalls, network security. These are the two famous programs apart from CCNA programs, which I do. I don't want to get into CCNA program. That is more advanced programs for specialized for less years of experience. So let's take freshers or someone who wants to jump into the networking or IT, these kind of roles. Okay. So roughly these two, each course will go around 6 months. Okay. 6 months duration. Now, generally, there will be two things. First, we do online classes. Okay. Uh, I'm not saying I do best training, but generally it's something you do online classes. We do give the access to videos, workbooks, everything available, videos to review and workbooks to do that. And of course, there will be a lab workbook to do the practice. So obviously, you have to do the class, and where the classes, uh, sometimes you cannot attend all the classes. That's again common for everyone. Even sometimes I don't take all the classes all the time. So that is common. But then you have to do this, right? The first thing. Now the second problem, like I said, now that's the first thing. The first thing is, let me just use. So what I said, the first thing is a train. Okay. The training, where we do the online as well as we do share the videos. Again, there are many people who just take the videos and they just learn. Simple. The second thing is the lab practice. Of course, you have to practice a lot, at least minimum what we share in the workbooks to make sure that you are good at practicing. So these two things are basic for anyone. Okay. And many people still do that. I'm not saying there are many people who don't do this, and there are many people who do this, but still it's hard to get into a job. So, okay. So what is the first thing? Good training with the core concepts. You have to make sure that you have very strong concepts, knowledge. And the second thing, that comes with a lot of lab practice, what you do as per the workbook. That's a minimum thing. Okay. Now, these two things are common for everyone, but the real challenge comes. Now, coming to the actual challenge. Now, this is the main part. This is the main part. Okay. Whatever I discussed, that is just a kind of an problems what we face, but generally this is where the main problem comes. So this is a learning part. Okay. Now, why we do learning? Simply to get into a job, right? Obviously, to get into a job, that's the first thing. Before you start your own business, obviously, you want to get into a job. That's the main goal, right? So now, while you're getting into a job, this is where the people face the problem. One is experience. What's the first problem? The lack of experience, right? Because many jobs, if you go, even in US or any place you go, when you say you just want to apply for a job, the first thing what they do is they see the experience. After that, they will see other things, your skill set, your certification. That comes secondary. But in order to get shortlisted, experience plays an important role. At the same time, your profile, your resume, and your certifications and your skill set. These are all the things what plays an important role, but the major role is played by the experience. Because if you see the market, it's very hard to find a job without experience. Even if you search for anywhere, they say freshers, but then there will be a minimum of 2 years of experience, what is expected for any job profile. Okay. Now, the first thing is lack of experience. I'll come to the second problem. So first, let's try to understand the lack of experience. What is a lack of experience? So let's come to this point first. So the first thing is, uh, in the lack of experience, the main problem is the real world and the theoretical knowledge. The real world and theoretical knowledge is totally different. Now again, I'm talking about only about the network related what we do. Okay, because let's say if you're doing a CCNA course, a simple CCNA course, many of you have already done CCNA course, maybe because most of the people might not be freshers. Many have already done CCNA. So the problem is you learn CCNA course. In that, there are plenty of things I teach. Okay, you learn routing, you learn switching, you learn access list, you learn NAT, and there are many things. You learn some services, logging, syslogs, and everything you learn in theoretical terms and some labs. You learn, right? Like simple example, you say you learn routing, where you implement some OSPF protocol to provide the communication between the routing protocols. Okay, that is something what you learn. So you configure the OSPF or you configure the switching, you configure some VLANs, those kind of things. But again, if you go to the real world, the problem is, do you really go and create the VLANs every day over there? No, you don't create the VLANs, because when you create the VLANs, you configure the routing protocol, you configure anything, that is only one time. And most likely it will be running for many years. And what you do there, you just need to monitor and troubleshoot. What do you do generally? The monitoring and troubleshooting, right? So your job is to make sure that you keep monitoring. And if there is any issue, VLAN issue, you just fix it. If there is any port security issue, the user says connects a computer, there is a port security issue. Like recently, there is a issue where and there is a user connected here is unable to connect to the network. There is some issue. Then you realize that this port is in error disabled state. Again, the question is why it is in a disabled state. Then you have to give the command called show. What is that? Show port security error disabled. You have to find out on which ports it is enabled with port security, and then then you have to say show error disabled. Then figure out that port is in error disabled state. Uh, there are many commands. You need to go step by step. This is a different thing. So the real world thing is different, because in real world, majority of the things you do is you do troubleshooting. The mainly in the real world, what you do, the troubleshooting and the problem solving, and every network is different. Okay. Even if I teach you one network, let's say one company network with around 20 computers or 20 routers, big network, but still when you go to the production network, learning starts when you start working. Okay. So this is one challenge where the major gap everyone face. Even in the interviews also. Even in the interviews also, when you go to the interviews, they will not ask you what is they will not ask you what is VLAN. Okay. So don't expect that. What is VLAN? They may ask you whether you know or not. That might be the only first question. But especially if you're going with an experience, they expect you to know your problem solving skills. Okay, if there is a user sitting here and he's trying to communicate with the server and there's no communication happening between them, now what you have to do? This is what expected. So this is what expectations. I'll come to the expectations. This is what. So the main thing, the main problem is what we do in the real world and what you learn in the theoretical knowledge is again different. Same like your graduation. Okay, you do graduation on one stream, let's say computer stream, and when you go in a computer as a computer engineer or some job, it's a totally different thing. You don't learn anything like that. But don't think it's like that same. Okay, it's totally different, but there will be a slight changes. So there are many things you have to know. The first thing is the configuration task. Like I said, there is a lot of difference between the configuration device and the live network. When you do the things in a live network, it's a different. When you do the same thing in the lab network, that's a different thing. The scenario will be different, the topology will be different, the requirement will be different, the actual devices will differ. There are plenty of things. Okay. Now, the other thing is monitoring, there is something on monitoring as well. I'll just come to that. Okay. So there is a huge difference between the class environment. Okay. So this is like a class environment and the real world environment. So the live network. Okay. So that's a different thing. So the second thing is complexity in multi-vendor networks. Now, the second issue is multi-vendor network, because again, let's say if you're doing CCNA course, you just learn only Cisco commands. We just see how the Cisco switch will work, how to configure that, how to configure the Cisco routers. But once you go to the live network, you still have HP switches, you still have Arista switches, you may have some Hawaii switches, Hawaii. So there are plenty of different vendors in the switches, because again, if you're working for IT solution company, then you have one client running using Cisco switches, another client using Hawaii switches, and another is using HP. So there is a huge difference in the command line. So the core concepts remains the same, but at the end, the command line configurations, these things will change. And that's where again you will face the problem. Of course, as I said, the continuous learning is important. Okay, that's something you. The third thing is the troubleshooting and the problem solving things. Troubleshooting and the problem solving is totally different, because in the class environment, even if I teach you the troubleshooting, generally the class environment troubleshooting exercises will be different, where we create our own problems and we know the issues because we set up the lab. But when you go to the live network, the network has been set almost 20 years before by someone else, designed by someone else. So, but you need to understand and troubleshoot. That is again takes some time. The real world troubleshooting requires a lot of things to identify, resolve many things. Sometimes, internet, some whatever the issues may not be clear. So you have to figure out. There are plenty of things you do. Of course, you learn as you work. I'm not saying people will face. Okay, so other things like documentation, basically documentation and logs. So most of the companies rely on documentation, how the devices are connected and other things, right? So the documentation is important in any organization, because the documentations or typically provide an accurate information about your network. Because the network documentation, it's a complete documentation, and the logs will keep you track. Again, if you've done some CCNA stuff, you already know some documentation will add other things. One more thing, again, in the live network, the security considerations is very important, because in the classroom, security is not important. In the classroom, if I say just go and apply the ACL to block this traffic, to permit this traffic, we simply go and do it, because it's not going to be a problem. Even if it doesn't work, that's okay. It's a lab environment where that's not a big deal. But in the real world, the security conditions are very important, because you also have a firewalls where you have to access the control. You have to make sure that there is no security breach. You cannot just go and say trial and error. You cannot do it. You have to be accurate. In the lab environment, we do trial and error. If works, not works, then it's fine. But in the production network, you cannot go and trial and error. So you have to be very perfect in those things. Okay. So there are many things. If I just keep on explaining, it's going to take a lot of time. But basically, the networks will be very big in the production scenarios, like 100 devices. In the lab environment, we just simply add 10, 20 devices max. Okay. And also in the production network, you have some performance tuning, where basically you will do some optimizations in bandwidth, latency. There are other things as well. And one more major challenge you will face in the real network is the vendor and the customer interaction. Now, vendor means, let's say you need to buy a Cisco device, a router, switch, or anything it can be. So what you have to do, you have to connect with a partner, maybe a partner who is providing you the purchase, or maybe you connect with Cisco. So which means you have to be in touch with the vendor to be able to communicate what is your requirement. And accordingly, the vendor will suggest few options, and then you should understand them and you need to get back. So there will be a continuous, because in real scenarios, the network engineers often need to interact with vendors for support. Let's say if you have an issue, let's say one more thing, I set up my network with a Cisco device. It is a major network down. So you still have a Cisco TAC support. You need to connect with Cisco TAC and you can resolve the issue as well. Okay, there is an option. You need to support. You might need to get a support from Cisco as well in setting up the things, or sometimes troubleshooting, or sometimes if there's a major issue which you are unable to solve, there is a continuous interaction with the support for purchasing the devices, or if you are adding any new technologies, you need to continuously communicate. That's where the communication skills and the technical skills plays an important role. Okay, just communication skills will not help. Okay, many people think good communication skills will help. That's how many people think like that, but strong technical skills is also important. Okay, so here you can still manage with the technical skills, not at a higher level, but communication skills you can just manage. Like many of managers working in a company, they just have good communication skills, not technical skills. Okay, it depends on people's choice. Okay, that's a different case. Anyway, if you have questions on it, I'll take it. No need to worry. Customer interaction is also important because you also need to communicate with the customer. Like you are working for IT solution support to a bank, and you maintain hundreds of branch offices of the bank, including firewalls and everything. Now, make sure that you continuously interact, because you will be providing the support for internal as well as external customers. Well, like internal means within my company or maybe outside, because you're actually a technical expertise who is doing that, because you should be in a position to explain the problem. Because if there is something not working and there is something, it will take 2 3 days time, a bank manager will not understand you because he's not technical guy, right? So obviously he wants everything up within few minutes, but still you should be in a position to explain what is the problem and why it is taking time. These all things are also important, right? Just having a technical expertise is not enough. You should be in a position to explain the complex issues, mostly for non-technical people. Okay, so this is what the problem. There are many problems, of course. Transition to problem, the lack of experience is one of the major thing. Okay, so the first thing is a real job challenge, lack of experience. And of course, the second problem is expectations. The expectations by companies. Okay, the first thing is the problem from our side. Okay, from our side, we don't have enough skill set, enough, the enough skill set from our side, enough experience from our side, not having a clear idea about the things. The second thing is expectations from the company side. Okay, so let me just quickly pause, and if you see any questions up to here, because there are many things I'll be covering up. I don't want to wind up today itself. There are some expectations. I think this is something what I'll try to cover up at least. Yeah, any questions up to here? If you have any questions, quickly you can drop in the chat. Okay, fine. So I think you don't have any questions. So let's quickly move on. Okay. Now the second thing is, the first one is like, so obviously, if you don't have experience, then you will really face a challenge. Now the second thing is expectations, industry expectations. In terms of industry expectations, there are two categories are divided into. The first one is the challenges, the expectations from the freshers, and the second thing is the expectations from the experienced people. Okay, so fresher and graduates means, let's say you just passed out into 2023 and you have around 6 months maximum gap. That's where you actually land, 6 months to 1 year max. Some companies will consider 1 year also. You can say like, I'm doing this courses, that courses, and I was learning, but that's a maximum. If you have anything more than 1 year, 1+ years of experience, then obviously you fall in this category. And that's where the challenge comes. You cannot simply say I'm sitting in my home and managing my business, family business, those kind of things. That's something to some extent you can manage if you have skills. But that's where, if you have a gap, okay, That's where the problem. Okay, I'll just come to the questions. There are a few questions here. Let me just take down them in the last. Okay. Well, so now the real challenge is the fresher graduates, okay, and the experienced people. So first, let's start with the fresh graduates. If you are just graduated, then what they expect is there are three things they expect. The first one is you must have a strong, what we can say, strong foundational skills. Now, strong foundational skills includes like the core networking concepts. So whatever the concepts you learn, basically the networking concepts. If you're applying for network engineer role, then they expect you to have a good network engineering concepts. If you're applying for network security engineer role, then they expect you to have a good security concepts as well. Okay, so the core concepts they expect you should have a solid understanding of network concepts and security concepts. And the next thing, you need to have the idea about the configurations, because you will be doing the configurations, let's say the routing configurations or switching configurations. So all these configurations you should be in a position to do that. Okay, that's another thing. And understanding the protocol. So basically, you need to have a good, in summary, you can say good knowledge of different networking protocols if you're applying as per the courses, whatever you learn. Okay. So the next thing, adaptability to learn quickly, because most of the time freshers, they don't have any experience. Even the companies know that. But what they see is you need to have a good understanding of the concepts. That's the first thing. And maybe you should be in a position to learn quickly. Because if they see that you are a good learner and you have a good problem solving skills, like they do some analytical skills testing, some questions on that, and you are ready to take up some entry level roles as a junior engineer, or maybe you get into some internship, ready to get into some internship program or some 2 years bond where you are ready to learn and work, then probably that is something what they expect. Okay, so you should be, because at the end, if you are a fresher, the companies don't expect much unless just you have a basic uh, skills. But what they do is they will invest on you for next 2 3 years to make you to learn and work. And for that, what they do, they obviously go for a specific bond for 2 to 3 years, where they expect you to have, okay, we are going to train you, we'll provide you some certifications, we'll use a training to you, we'll teach you how to do all these things. But at the end, you should be ready to sign a bond for next 2 3 years. You'll be working for the same company for so and so salary, these kind of things. Okay, so this is how your initial role will be. Okay, now if you can find a better option, that you can choose, but this is something many people go with this. Depending upon what profile you have, you also need to check that as well. And of course, the soft skills also plays an important role, like communication skills, time management, how good you are in attending those kind of things. Also, they will see time management. Managing the time effectively is also important for balancing multiple tasks. Okay. Also, they will also keep an eye on detail, like generally they also see something like avoid any kind of errors or misconfigurations that will lead to network issues. So how good you are in attention in detail, that's also one thing they will check. Okay. So but again, majority, if you are an experienced, like majority are experienced, because majority of the people come to us, come to me, generally are having 2 plus years of experience or 2 plus years of gap, those kind of things. Again, how to manage that, we'll see it. I think we just started. I will come back to that as well. Now, the expectations for experienced professionals is the main thing. What they expect is the experience. This is the main thing. Okay, because once you say you're just graduated in 3 to 4 years of gap, 3 to 4 years of experience, that's something what they do. Of course, the technical skills is the first thing. They'll expect you to have a good technical knowledge, technical skills like CCNA, whatever the job profile. I'm not getting into job profile. If you just see any job you're applying, just see the job description. In that job description, they will mention the skill set. So if you're good at that skill set and you're good at some troubleshooting, they only see these things, the real world experience and real world troubleshooting. Okay. Because in the freshers, they don't see this thing. They know, they don't have experience. But if he's a good learner, they will definitely take him and teach him. That's how it goes. And the other thing is, they will also see the integration. In terms of integration and interoperability, they will see whether you are capable of managing multi-network, multi-vendor environments. Like you generally see Cisco, Juniper, and Fortinet, different firewalls in different sites. So now they will see your knowledge in different systems, how you're able to work on different platforms. And sometimes there will be some compatibility issues. They will also see that. Okay. And also they will also see some other like cross disciplinary knowledge. This is basically relating to other things like communication skills. If you have good communication skills, that can be an advantage if you're already working in a different area. Let's say you work in a different area into some other thing, like maybe you have a good soft skills, you have a good other skill set might be considered, but generally it is more like, like one example, let me tell you about this. Let's say you have an experienced network engineer working for a company where he is responsible for understanding the network. At the same time, he also know how this application works, because he also worked on some network monitoring application, or maybe some application like IP cam recording or those kind of things. That is an additional skill set. Okay, so the other things like it includes like maybe some knowledge of security profile, those kind of things. Additional skills like leadership, mentoring, soft skill. These are all additional things. So the main part is this. This is the first main part. If you have good technical skills, if you have a good experience and a good troubleshooting skill, this is enough to crack the interview. Okay. Anything above that is always the bonus. If you have a good soft skills, obviously to express your clear the interview, soft skills, communication skills plays an important role. And if you have a good leadership skill, then you might become a project lead and do the operations. If you have a good decision making, these are all additional skill set that will vary from individuals. Okay. So these are the two industry expectations what everyone look into. Okay. So now the next thing is, what is the challenge? Okay. So now what we discussed the learning part. What is the first part? First part is simple. You need to just to make sure that you do the right. That's what I think we discussed. Training. So if I just summarize this, the first thing is the training. Training you can do anywhere, that's not a big deal. Training and practice, expertise, these are the two things which you have to do at any cost. Okay, the foundations of the learning, right? And the second thing is, again, the problem is the experience. As I said, there will be a difference between the training environment as well as the real time. That's the next thing. And the second thing, the company's expectations. Expectations is also different. So experience from our side, expectations from the other side. Okay. Now, I'm coming to the majority of the questions what is posted here. People having some 5 years of experience or those kind of things. In some companies, they are for experience, those kind of things. Okay. So now, where you actually lag, that's the thing. Okay. Let me just quickly pause and get back to questions if there are any. Okay. Can you share the PDF? PDF will share, don't worry. On what challenge we face is communication. Communication skills, obviously, you have to work on, but just communication skills is not going to help. Communication skills to some extent is good. If you're able to tell, express, that is fine. You don't need to speak US, UK accent, very good skill. Because many people think, we can manage everything with communication. That's not possible. So you need to have a very strong skill set. The technical expertise, if you have, you can still manage. But clearing interviews, communication is important. But as I said, you don't need to be an expert in English. Okay. If you are good enough, like if you're able to speak confidently, that is fine. That comes with the knowledge. If you have a good knowledge, good experience, you will also be confident. You will also be able to communicate. Okay. So don't really stress much on communications. If you are very, obviously, you have to work on. But spending more time on that is not sufficient. How can we get troubleshooting skills through practice? Yeah, I'll come to this point. How can we get troubleshooting? I think that's something what I'll be covering later on in my programs, how it is going to be. And I'll try to tell you how you have to do, what you have to do in order to get an experience without getting into a job. Still, without working, you can still manage still get some good troubleshooting skills. There are many things you can do. I have a CCNA. I would like to apply for network security job. Is that okay? You cannot apply, just apply any job like you want. Okay, there is a question here. You cannot just apply like that. You need to make sure that when you're applying for any job, make sure that you are eligible to that. Okay, because unless and until you have made this at least 50% of the job what shared, you must have those skill set. Okay, but learning part you can do. Okay, courses in Hindi, I don't teach in Hindi, but you have to work on a little bit on English because Hindi is okay, but I don't really do it because we have a global audience around the world who connects, especially from US or of different countries. So I don't go in Hindi because Hindi is just restricted to only few regions of our country. For enterprise network, there is a question for enterprise network level support, what level of communication is needed? That again based on experience. In some companies, uh, can ask particular domain experience only like Cisco or Juniper that matter for a company or work experience. See, basically, if you apply for any job, they will have a job description. So you have to prepare according to that. Like let's say if you have a Cisco experience, and if you're applying for a company where there is a Huawei device, that I can't even write the spell, Huawei devices or any other HP devices, still you will be eligible for the job because at the end they see you have an experience, you have the knowledge, you have a technical skills, you know how to troubleshoot. You just need to adapt to the new command line, and that's something. If they feel confident on your skills and in the real time knowledge, then you can still go for it, and you need to learn. See, every job you learn. Okay, you don't expect that you go to a new job and you just start working immediately. You actually learn in the new job. You have to learn the new network, understand. Probably that will take time. Okay. This is just the seminar CCNA class. CCNA course will start. Basically, we are just trying to set up the things. So the actual CCNA topics will start from Monday for the people who have enrolled for CCNA. The class will start from Monday, but these sessions will be a quick overview for the people to guide them how the roadmap will be. That's what we are focusing. 5 years of experience. Yeah, that monitoring can do it. I will see that. Okay, just yeah. If you have a 5 years of experience, the question is you if you have 5 years of experience, then probably if I complete, it will help in transit. Yeah, definitely it will do that. Okay. That's what my goal of this course seminar is or the workshop is to how to do that. That's what I'm going to work on. Okay. The work-life balance. I don't know what is work-life balance. Okay, so let me take the questions here. Probably most of the questions I just did not discuss because there are many things we have to cover up. That's where we'll be covering up. But there are a few questions. I just wanted to save few questions which I didn't go through for the next session, where I'll try to, because there are a few things I need to cover up. At that point, you'll get a clear picture. Okay. So let me quickly do that. Okay. So everyone is okay. We can continue, or we just do it tomorrow. Let's completely do this. These two things will completely cover up, and then I'll come back. Let's complete this. Okay. Okay, so common challenges. Let's come to the common challenges. Now, common challenges include many people. There are two main challenges. Okay, so what we did, we discussed a few things. Now, majority of the people, like even now from here onwards, you just need to analyze as well. One of the major challenges, experience gaps, and the second challenge is interviews. So this is for everyone. I hope it's for everyone, right? Everyone faces these problems in experience gaps, where it is very difficult for managing or maintaining the profiles with 2 to 5 years of experience. If you just go and search for any specific job, wherever you go, even if you go to the LinkedIn and just search for, I could not. So the next thing we'll try to discuss about the two main challenges: experience gaps and interview hurdles. So, like I said, if you just go to any profile, like even it's important to know where to find the jobs as per the profile. So if I just taking some time to load, okay. So one of the major challenges, experience gaps and interview hurdles. What is experience gap? Experience gap is basically where you have 2 years, 3 years, 5 years experience. This is common for anyone, even if someone is working. Let's take 2, 3 examples for this. Let's say you are graduated in 2022, and now current is 2024. Now you have 2 years of gap. Now what you did 2 years? Nothing. There is one category people, they're just trying, they did nothing almost. It's equal to nothing, because if you did not get anything, means it's almost like nothing. Maybe they try this course, that course, this course, that course, and then finally, they just say, okay, let's do this. Okay, that's the first thing. Okay, this is one category, because I find many people in Hyderabad as well, this kind of categories. Recently I met few people, a group of people as well, similar kind of category. They just graduated. That's a problem. That's first category. The second category is, again, they are graduated in 2020. Maybe you can just take down the years. So they have around 4 years of gap, but they worked in different domain. Like maybe they are into call center, or kind of tech support job, or some kind of other job, maybe into banking or different sector, and they just want to move to IT. This is the second category of people. So second category of the people, where you are working, but you're not into the IT sector, and whatever the experience you are showing up, that's not going to count. If you say, I have been, I was working for a bank as a sales manager or whatever it is, that's not going to count. Okay, if you say I manage my family business for 2 3 years, and now I want to move into the IT, so that's not going to work. Okay? I have these examples, and they are, these examples I can just meet them as well if possible. And even that's the second category. And if I recollect the third category is again a big category, like the same thing. They are into IT, they're into networking, of course. The third category, they're working as a system admin, or maybe a network admin role for more than 5 years, working on servers, working on desktops, working on some, small stuff. Now, what they want, there's no much growth in that. Then they realize that, this is something not going to work out. Even though we are in the IT, we are working on a Linux servers, we are working on Microsoft servers, and there's no scope much. There's the end of the road, almost like end of the road, even after working for 5 years. Now, what they have to do, they want to move into the network security, like network security or some cyber security or whatever the domain. or maybe they want to make it as a L2 engineer, network engineer roles. They don't have experience of network engineer, okay? But still they want to merge this 5 years of experience into it. Because why they do? Why they do, this there is a reason, here it is clearly clear. In the first case, it's very clear, you know, they did nothing almost. Now they definitely they had to show up 2+ years of experience. For them people, I just said 2+ because it's very difficult for them to manage anything more than 2 years. That's not easy job. If they are very good in good learners, then they can do. And for the second kind of people also, we can say like 3 to 5 years experience, you can still manage, but as being in a non-IT, that's going to be again another challenge you may face. The third category is something what we also have, where you are just moving from one domain to domain. Okay, so majority of the people might be fall in any of these three categories. If there is any fourth category, let me know. I don't recollect, but what I know, what I learned, these are the three different categories. Okay, now in all the three categories, experience hurdle. You can see that difficulty in maintaining the experience or transferring the profiles into 2 to 5 years of difference, because company always look for the candidate with both technical skills as well as the experience. If you say that I have a very good experience, I have very good strong skills, and if you don't mention that in the in the profile or the resume, you don't have any experience, HR will not consider that, because HR is not at all technical person. HRs are the one who will shortlist the profile. And if they don't see the experience, they will never, your profile will never go to the technical person. Okay. Because technical person, let's say I'm recruiting for my company, I will not see each and every profile. I'll just give some terms, see 2 years of experience, see these are the skill set, this is the location, just shortlist according to that. Okay. So now you will fall in any of these three categories. That's the first thing. Okay. And in all these categories, you have a gap. Okay. You might be falling in any of these categories. We'll keep one day specific session on discussing individual part, because I don't want to discuss on any questions. I recommend you to save these chats and save the questions for tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Mostly, if possible, we'll keep it for tomorrow. Okay. Because as I said, I just named as workshop because everything I cannot do in one session. Okay. Again, as I said, I'm not doing any kind of marketing sessions here where I'm just trying to show you the mirror, what I have seen in many people. Now let's come to the solution. Okay, fine. Good enough. Now, why this is many reasons. Okay, you can say many reasons. Reason can be anything. You might be just a fresher after graduation, did nothing, or you just face some challenges in another industry and you want to move to IT, or maybe you want to do some due to some personal business investments or some reasons. These are all the list. You can just read out and understand. Okay, there is nothing to explain here, because I just try to list out some of the issues what I heard from people. But it can be anything: relocation, health issues, or many things. Working as in a business, many things. Okay, because it might be any reason. Okay, it's not our, it's none of us. I mean, there's no point in discussing on these reasons. Okay, whatever the reason, now how you overcome that? Let's try to understand. Let's try to focus on the how to overcome this. Okay. Now, whatever the reason, any of these three categories doesn't matter. Leave it wherever you fall. We'll go individually. Individually, I'll try to connect whatever your issues. That's something I'll keep it later. And without naming, I can just share with others as well. That might help you for others as well. So the first thing what you have to do is you need to do the skill development. Skill development is important. Okay. So what's the first thing? Skill development. Without skills, you cannot do anything. You cannot simply manage. That's really a big problem. Okay. Like you say that you have a 2+ years of experience as a network engineer and you apply for a job. You may get an interview. But my question is, can you be able to clear the interview? It's not possible. You cannot clear the interview. And some people, some good people who knows other ways, we have an option, we have a proxy, we have someone, we have this guy, we pay to him. These things are not supposed to discuss, but I want to tell you the fact. Many people say, I see many people, I have seen, not seen, I have been through with many people where they just clear the interviews through alternate way, backup. There are many things. Even in India, there are many people who I can say who get through backdoor. They pay a huge amount and get the backdoor, get into a job. But again, after 3 months, they sit on the bench again on the bench, and again after 3 months, again exit. Simply because the problem is simply clearing the interviews, getting into job. And if I specifically if I go with locations, I can plenty I can say. Even if you see in the US market also, there are many consulting companies work like this, even in everywhere. If I just keep on naming, it will be very difficult for me as well to go through, but there are many, these options are there. So without skills, you cannot do anything. So the first thing you need to keep in mind that there are some alternate ways. That's something you have to remove, and you have to compulsory work on the skill set. Learning, that's it. You can only develop by skills. Do online courses, do some certification, do some hands-on projects, practice. There are many things. Skills development, how to do, we'll see. Working on skills is very important. Okay. See, it feels good, when someone texts you and says that, I just cleared the interview by just referring your videos on YouTube. That's something, it's good. Okay. Because they did not approach personally, they did not do anything. They just managed to clear the interviews with some, because they have a strong skill set, then only they were able to manage. Okay. So that's important. The first thing is skill set is important. Without skills, you cannot do. You have to enroll for online courses, wherever it is, or because online courses, why I'm suggesting, because online courses are flexible. You can learn from home, you have your own setup, and it is more flexible. And if you cannot join the live, you have a portal from where it is. The only thing is you need to find a right trainer. That's the only thing. Okay. The second thing, this is the first thing. And of course, certifications you can add if you want, if you can sponsor, work on some projects. If you have anyone, any of your friend or any of your colleague or any of your who can assist you in some hands-on projects or guiding you with some projects, or at least giving some idea about how the things will be in the live networks, that's will be an added advantage. Okay. So these two things. Of course, if you have no one, then of course I'll try to do that as well. That's something we'll see later on. Now, the other thing, you need to have some transferable skills like soft skills. Those kind of things will be useful. Like if you're working as a project manager, if you're working into a manager role, then that skills will help you in managing in IT as well. Like I said, in the third category, you are moving from second category. If you go back, I think the second category, you might be moving from a different profile, moving into an IT, then still, you have some cross skills, or some transferable skills, which might be useful, like teamwork, adaptability. There are many things like problem solving skills, communication skills. Okay, that is not main part. I don't really consider that as a highly important skills, but that is an added advantage skills. If you have a good communication skills along with a good, strong technical knowledge, that is an added bonus. But simply managing with skills, that's not possible. Just let me take a simple example. There are many people who just think that they can just manage everything with by just their words. Let's like if you go to anywhere, they just convince you to buy a course and you just simply pay. Most of the motivational classes, they go like that. So they just convince you to pay, and you just register, of course, for the course. But at the end, technical skills are important. You cannot manage the job, especially networking in your job. You cannot just manage with talking. You will have to switch down. You have to go and replace. You cannot simply say, okay, it will be done in 2 days, 3 days. It will be done in next 2 hours. You have to do it. That's it. Okay. Now, of course, there are other skill set, like these are all technical terms. Proactive networking. Now, proactive communication, networking. Maintaining professional networks is very important. Like I said, it's important that how many to whom you connect on the LinkedIn and whom you follow. That is also important. Just like you watching Facebook, you use Facebook. Now you're connected with the friends who just shared some reels relating to pictures, movies, just doing time pass. Yeah, those kind of things, obviously, you will be motivated towards that only. Okay. But if you are connected with the professional people who are sharing some technical skills, technical things, then that will again motivate you. Of course, there will be a lot of job openings on the LinkedIn itself. This part I'll be covering later. because just by using LinkedIn, which is the biggest professional network, even bigger than Facebook, bigger than any other social network, I can say, where almost every professional is connected into networking, security, cloud, different domains. You can connect with similar people with the same profile. They post the jobs. You can get the suggestions. You can see what they are doing, what they are approaching, what they are learning, many things. So having that professional network and attending some relevant interview industry events and say webinars, that's going to important. Just like I'm doing one workshop, that is also important, right? Because at the end, to whom I'm doing this, all these things, okay? Basically to connect the people and guide, okay? That's what, just sharing the experience. So if you're far away from this, let's say we have a people who are not even know about this webinar or not even think it is beneficial, that's a different case. Other things, real world experience is also important, where you might be working as a freelance work. You can just have some basic assistance work. Like generally, we used to get some students initially for some freelance works or part-time works. You can also see if someone can provide you that, someone you can assist. So that will give a good exposure in that as well. What if I don't? Now, what if I don't have all these things? Don't worry. Okay, I'm going to create some courses relating to that as well. Of course, the other thing, you need to make sure that you prepare the resume, which is going to manage, because everything you mentioned here. So you must have a proper updated resume, which is transparent, or which is going to manage your experience at the same time, which includes the certifications, the projects, or whatever the different things you can show up. At the same time, you have to prepare for interviews. Okay, so these are all the things you have to do. Okay, because at the end you face the interview, you have to clear. Okay, and whatever the gap you have, that gap you have to manage. So if you have a gap, then personal reasons, you can be honest and you can tell that, or you can just uh, manage with a different experience. That's completely, it's up to you. But at the end, whatever you show up, let's say if I'm showing up that I worked as a 3 years of network engineer, then you should be in a position to prove that. Just showing in a profile, that's not going to be sufficient. If you say you're a network engineer working for 3 years, then obviously what I do is I expect you to answer a few things, like what will be the day-to-day task, what is your role, or what kind of, have you been into an issue where there was a major network issue where there is a huge disrupt of your network, there is a major downtime, or there is a major issue, serious issue, something like that happened, and what you did, what was the issue, and how you figured out, and how you do it. These are the types of questions what you expect. And of course, you have to frame this kind of questions. You cannot just sit there and frame at that point of time. You should know these things, so that you should be like proactive. And of course, finally, you need a mentor, obviously, to do all these things. It's not like you can do everything on your own. You need a proper mentor, proper guidance, so that whatever the efforts you are putting, the efforts are in a right direction. Because most of the people put the efforts, but if you're putting in the wrong direction, there's no use. Okay, you need to make sure that whatever the efforts you're putting, that should be in the right direction. Then only it will be beneficial, right? And of course, who is going to tell you whether you are on the right path or the wrong path? You need someone who has already been through this process. Maybe your senior, your relative, your friend, your colleague, or someone who been already through this. Your anyone who has been already through this, and he is going to guide you. Okay, not everyone can do that, but still, you need to have a proper mentorship and guidance. That's really important as well. Okay, so this is the first part. The first part is manage the experience, of course, with the skills. The main thing, if you summarize the skills you have to develop, and some real-time trainings you need to do, of course, where you need to get some hands-on projects that will help. And of course, you need someone mentor, and of course, interview questions and all that comes in the next interview preparation. These things will come. Preparing the resume profile, that is one more important thing. Or working as a freelancer contract work, that also helps if you can get. And for this, I have designed some mock labs. Don't worry, I have a solutions for this. Probably in the later on, I want to cover up. I have designed few mock labs. Normally, if you have been with my mock labs already, that is more kind of a real network kind of projects, which I generally share with my students who will be getting that exposure. Okay, probably those mock labs and all. That's part of that. Now the second part is the interview hurdles. Now, what's the meaning of interview hurdles? Because interview hurdles are nothing but you have to clear the interview, right? Obviously, you showed up 5 years of experience. That's good in the profile. You made up a good resume. It is also good. Of course, you should know what is the correct resume as well. And of course, you have added the skill set. You learned a good skill set. You're technically strong, and also you have added some experience. The skill set and everything. You have worked on some communication skills, and you're a little bit confident as well. That's not enough. That's not enough, right? Because this will only help you to get shortlisted for interview. Because they will not just call you for a job just by seeing your profile, just by seeing the resume. You have to clear the interviews, okay? Because you have to clear the interviews, and many people fail because of many reasons. Let me tell you the reasons. The mismatch of technical expectation, because most of the time they expect you to have a good knowledge of level 2 network engineer with 3+ years of experience and then good troubleshooting skills. They will throw some questions and they realize that you are not up to the mark because you might not have a new technologies knowledge. That might be the case, or you're not technically sound. The second thing, they will test you with the scenario based questions which you don't see in any training centers normally, because scenario based questions also is another challenge you will face. Okay, soft skills and all just added, but that's not going to play an important role. Of course, uh, the one more thing, practical experience and certification. Many people list out many certifications like CCNA. I have a CCNP certificate and I have SD-WAN certificate. I have this certificate, this certificate. But when it comes to skills and experience, nil. And how they do certifications, everyone knows how these things happens at the back end. Okay. So adding just certifications without any practical experience is not going to help you. You do this certificate, add this CCNA certificate, then we'll get a job. Because many people, when they do CCNA, they just come to me and say whether I should go for CCNA certificate and get the CCNA exam done. I learn CCNP. I simply say just learn CCNP because certification CCNA exam will cost you around $350. CCNA exam around $400. So the same amount if you spend on CCNP training, you can get additional skill set more in depth. That's going to make your profile much stronger. Okay, sometimes you get misguided with more people. They just tell you this. Of course, if it is mandatory for your profile for your job, if the company stress, then you can do it, of course. Or even you can say like, I'm preparing for certification. I'll be getting done in the next 2 weeks. If I get selected, I will be in a position to do it in the next 2 weeks, and you can do it in 2 weeks. If you are good at CCNP level, you can still clear the CCN exam in 2 weeks for preparation. That's something possible. Okay. So just adding certifications will not enough. The more practical knowledge, skill set you add, that is going to add things. Okay. And of course, live troubleshooting and other things they will check. Okay. Which many people cannot be able to solve that. Like they simply say, I have a user sitting here is unable to access the FTP server, or he's unable to connect to the user, unable to connect, those kind of things. Okay. There are many things, issues. Okay. Don't worry, we'll come back. I'll just come back to the questions. So let's talk about do certifications required along with the course? Not required. See, just training is sufficient. Getting a training and some experience is something good enough to get into a job. Certifications, if you are good at the skills, if you are good at experience, then the company will sponsor your certifications. I see many people, they just do the certifications and company will pay for that. You don't need to pay anything from your pocket. Company will pay for you because obviously company will have a huge benefits like discounts from Cisco and projects they get from the depend upon number of certified people working in a company. Okay, so the company will pay for your certifications if you are very good at technical skill set. If you're working for a company for 2 to 3 years, or if you have joined a company where you are purely selected based on your skills and experience, then I don't know why people spend more on certificates just for interviews. I don't really suggest that. If it is mandatory, then you can add up, but the same amount if you spend on any other skill set, like you already have 5 years of experience and you're learning some firewall, learn any fun firewall and add the skill set. That is another, or add some FI load balancer, add some program in it, or maybe add some Python networking is program, adding you have automation skills also. Any one skill set you can add. I'm not saying specific, because this will vary from individual. Don't just take it as FI will be good or network automation will be good. That totally varies based on individuals. Okay, so adding any additional another skill set is much better than adding a certification. And push for the companies will pay for the certificates. Unless your certificate is expiring, unless you are CCNP certified and it is expiring in the next 1 month, and you don't want to waste it, in that point you can just spend on certificate. That's what I suggest you. Okay, I don't really feel any reason to do that, because for me it's mandatory to maintain the CCI status, because I have been a CCI, so I had to maintain that for my company, the company which I associate, which I consult, which I work for, because for them it is important for getting a discounts, obviously, to get a projects. Same way for your case also. Okay, so many people might not be aware of this. So to get a job we require certificate. To get a job you don't need request certificate, you just need a strong. So to get a job, the question is like, let me just frame the question. To get a job, do I need certificate? You need a skills and experience. These two things. Certificate is a third step. I'll keep it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, not mandatory, not compulsory. If you have a strong skill set, certificates will help you in shortlisting, but that's not mandatory. I don't really see any reason, because I have been working for many people without any certificates, also without even graduation. Also, I work for many people, not even graduate, not even certified. Okay, at the end, the skills matters. Now, what are the solutions? The solutions are simple. Learning. You should be learning. You should be preparing for mock interviews, obviously, because you have to prepare for interviews. You should be ready with the interviews as well. That's what it is. Okay. Of course, additionally, other things you can just go ahead. The learning is important. Certifications will help, but mainly the mock interviews, because you don't know how you're going to get the question. Let's say this will again vary. That's what I'll be working on based on the job profile. The questions will vary. Based on the company, it will vary. Suppose let's say if you are enrolling for one program, let's say NSC Network Security Program, then I just have a common questions. Normally what I do, I just share a common questions for everyone. They say, okay, if you're applying for this role for 5 years, these are the type of questions you can expect. If you're going with ASA, there is a separate set of questions. For FTD, separate set of questions. If you're adding CCNP skills, networking is separate set of questions. Okay. But again, the one more thing will be is based on the job profile, the questions will slightly vary. Now that's where I design few things. That's where I'm working on, where we will be also assisting with specific job profile based interview questions. Okay, that's again important, because when you get a job profile, when you're applying for interview, you need to do some slight tweak. Again, I'm not saying that you can just prepare in 2-3 days without any background knowledge. Okay, so don't expect that. If you have a good knowledge of these common questions, then you work on job profile specific questions. That's something anyone can do it. Okay, it's not a big thing. Of course, I can guide that as well. The second part is we don't really prepare as per the job profile. We just simply blindly go to the interview and we just expect that, I'm very good at, very good. Even it happened with me as well. It's not because you just simply, even for some corporate trainings, when I do some interviews, sometimes, there is a CCI security training we have to do for some so and so client. Then obviously you have to be prepared for them. We have to understand what is the requirement, what is their expectations. Okay, and what exactly they're looking for, whether they're looking for CCI certified, they want the company to get CCI certified, or they want to work on a real network. So as per that, the training has to be tweaked. We generally tweak the training. Okay, just by sitting there, that's not going to help. Similar way, when you're preparing for interviews as well, you have to understand the requirement of the organization, which protocol they want to stress. They are running OSPF or EHR, whether they run BGP or not, which firewall they are using, whether they are using FortiGate firewall or Palo Alto firewall or ASA firewall or FTD firewall. Which firewall you know, which firewall you don't know. If you know that firewall, then again you need to show experience. If you don't know that firewall, then you need to show up similar kind of experience. Okay, I know ASA firewall. I have worked on FTD, working on FortiGate. It's not a big deal because at the end the policies, the requirements will not change much. 1 week I'll be in a position to get ready to manage that because I already have an experience on managing other vendor firewalls. Okay, so overnight you cannot just clear the interviews, but already if you are prepared for normal thing, just you have to tweak few things. Okay, so that is something we will work on. Okay, don't worry. Okay, we will be working on that as well. Okay, so it's really important that you break this cycle. Okay, as I said, if you come back, I'll try to cover up things. If you go back, I just showed you there are three possible categories. Where you have just a graduated or non-graduate, you don't have any experience, or moving from a different domain, or moving from IT to another IT department. Okay, again for them I generally tell switch, so the requirement will generally change. So it's really important that you break this cycle, and I strongly recommend you to check one playlist on my YouTube channel. There's one playlist where I did some counseling sessions. If you are experienced, then check the playlist on counseling sessions. I did some counseling for many people. I also recorded few sessions for them. Accordingly, because most of the people are working only. Okay, where I have guided them what to do, how to do. That playlist is going to help you a lot. I recommend you to do that. Let me see if I can locate that. But that one playlist will be good enough for you to go through if you want to do these things. Okay. I'll just come to your questions. Do we need to learn Python automation? Do we need to learn how it will take part in the network? Those are different things. Python automation is something is required. Automation is going to change many things. Let me just quickly come to this question. Cybersecurity SOC analyst. I'm not really doing anything right now on that. Yeah. So let me just quickly come to the questions here. Quick questions I'll try to cover up. I'll see. We'll just extend this session and we'll try to see we can cover up in the next. So any questions? We'll see. Let me just quickly see. Let me quickly cover up the questions part as well. Okay. We'll try to cover up the questions as well. Should I go? Let's try to see the questions. Also try to see the programs. Yeah, real-time network problems you can ask. Can I ask real-time? Just a minute. Let me quickly come the questions. Like I said, communications. One more challenge. Like I said, I already answered this one. Let me quickly. This is one question where challenges we lack the communication skills. I already answered this one. Communication skills are important but not mandatory. Okay, that's something add on. But still, this is required when you face interviews. When you should be able, and that comes with good English speaking skills. If you have, that is sufficient, and good technical skills, that is something fine. You don't need to be a very good expert in speaking US or UK accent, those kind of things. That's really not important. How can we get? There's one more question. How can we get the troubleshooting skills through the practice? Just ignore the spell. That comes with many things. Now, this is a question. I'm just going in a serial order. If you have any questions, you can just uh, drop in the chat, because I cannot allow you to unmute because that's going to be lengthy. So in short, I'll try to come. So how can I get troubleshooting skills through experience? Now that comes with the programs what you do. So basically, I can ensure you that it's a four-step program actually. What you have to do is the first step is you need to make sure that you have a strong skills. It depends on the profile, like running L1, L2 program or NSE programs. And the second thing, you need to do a lot of practice. And the third thing is you need to prepare some mock labs, which I will be preparing you. So basically, what I'll be doing is whatever the programs I'm going to run, let's say, because these programs, normally I was not focused much on these programs in the last 1 year or before. But now, because I'm more busy into CCI level trainings, where I do a lot of CCI trainings, and most of the CCI trainings which I do, that is mostly people who are working for more than 10 plus years. So for them, there's no problem. They already have a job, they already have experience, they already getting a huge salary, already working. And for them, just getting certified and adding a strong skill set, that's something for them. So that was the group of people I have been working for more than 8 to 10 years since I become a CCIE. But again, this is something I'll be working. And the next thing I realize, this is also another challenge. Since I stopped majority of my CCNA, CCNB trainings for a long time. But now I'm really focusing on these things. That's where I prepared some mock lab. Let me give an overview on the mock labs. So this is one CCNA level mock labs, what we'll be covering in the program. So where training, like if I'm going with CCNA L1, L2 engineer, this is more kind of a general CCNA, CCNP training. It's not different. Of course, I'll be doing the training. That's a different. Again, there is a mock lab here, you can see. Now, these labs are more similar to real-time labs where you will be trained on these things, where you'll understand how the designing goes. Like if you see this mock lab, if you've already done CCNA from and already if you have a mock labs, if you see the designing, the IP addressing part, how to do, the routing part, there are many tasks in that. Okay, so I think this is what the CCNA mock lab. In that, there are many things you do, especially when you are designing the topology IP addressing, we use subnetting. So if you don't know the subnetting, you're gone. Of course, you learn in the subnetting, but you don't apply it in the real network. So the mock labs are going to help you to apply the same thing in the real network. Like similar way, you have all these tasks, like how the NAT applied in the real network. So this is more kind of a real network scenarios which are based on CCNA, CCNP, as well as firewalls also I'm working on. I just have the mock labs for this. You can see this is the CCNP level mock labs based on a small switch network with a company network or any small company network with 8 to 10 locations running EHRP protocol or OSPF protocol and the BGP protocol, how they connect with service port or other options. Even IPv6 implementations. Okay, that's what this is. So basically what I will be doing is we'll be running this program because these programs we have been learning for more than 1 year. The problem is, many people got trained, but we didn't do it like this. Means it's like more improved, where we'll be adding few more things. We generally do two things, like we just provide the skill set practice when many people do the mock labs, and then they just go on, clear the interviews and prepare. So the additional thing what I will be doing here is, apart from this, is we'll be adding an additional 2 weeks training or 2 weeks training apart from this, which covers bridging the gap. Okay, because the learning part is different. Now the question is how you are going to transform your career from training to job. This is the main problem, training to job. Okay, so you have to make sure that you bridge this gap, and for that you need to have an experience. Of course, the mock labs, what a document will be helping you, and in that you will also be learning the troubleshooting. Okay, troubleshooting skills, troubleshooting issues, as well as troubleshooting skills you'll be learning in that. Because you implement, you will learn troubleshooting, and of course we'll have a predefined labs which already have inserted issues. This is more like a CCI lab. If you have heard about a CCI lab, what they do, how the test is in the CCI lab, how the test is, let me show you. Because I'm already CCI, and if anyone is already CCI, he might not be attending here. Okay, of course. So obviously, when what they do is in the CCI lab, they will test you in. They used to test in three sections. One is a config section where there will be 6 hours of lab, almost 30 plus devices, more like a real network, and there will be 2 hours of troubleshooting. There will be 10 tickets you have to solve. Okay, and there will be a diagnosis section. Now they removed the diagnosis section a little bit. In the diagnosis section, there will be screenshots of the issues based on the real network, and based on the screenshots, you have to select the right answer. You have to analyze the screenshots, the outputs, the issues, and based on that. So most of the labs, the training what I'm going to design, it is similar to this one. So basically, you have a pre-configured labs for troubleshooting. There is a config lab, mock lab, and also there will be some real-time issues what I'm going to frame as per the individuals. Let me show you. There will be some options. Let me quickly show you that. Just a minute. Give me some time. I'll just open up one document where I already have some. Now, there are many things like this. Generally what we have, we just have, normally what I do is I document the different issues, what generally people will get. Accordingly, we have some issues like this is what the error, and then what are the possible solutions you have to go with. And of course, what are the troubleshooting steps you have to follow. This is just a sample. You may not understand completely, but basically what I will be doing is to bridge these gaps. It's really important that you have those real-time labs and the issues. And also you'll be doing some troubleshooting on it. And I have a documented Q&A as well, troubleshooting tickets as well, and some monitoring verification outputs, which will be documented as well. And of course, also building some network community, like especially I'm going to guide you with a link where you need to connect with the people. And because the major problem is applying for a job, where to apply. Many people say go to naukri.com, go to this website, apply, go to there, apply. But if you don't have a proper resume, and if you don't add a proper profile, at the same time, if you don't connect with the right people, then that's going to be a challenge, everyone. Okay. So what I say is many people say there are no jobs, but actually the problem is there are plenty. I say there are no skills. That's the problem. Any domain if you take, especially if you're taking network security domain, what I can say is I'm not really good, know much about the other parts. The problem is we are not at that level. The skill set what we have is not at that level, at the job level. Of course, you can say many people, many companies want many skills and they pay very less. These are expression. This is okay for many experienced people. Okay. If someone is experienced 10 years and is saying, the package is not good enough and they're asking too many things, maybe I have 2 minutes of work. That is okay for experienced people. But fresher, if you're applying, looking for a better job, better package, that's not an exception. Okay. So you need to have a proper community engagement is also very important. So probably these things I'm going to focus. Means there will be a 2 week sessions only focusing on these things. 1 week on the real time, 1 week only on the 1 week on the real time issues and troubleshooting specific, and that will be 1 week. And the second week completely based on the skills like resume preparation or interview preparation or building the LinkedIn profile, connecting on that. That is something I'm going to work on. At the same time, the roadmap, probably guiding and everything. That's the one thing. How we do this, there are many things I'm going to do. I cannot explain you everything right now, but there will be mock lab scenarios where you'll be configuring, troubleshooting, and verifying. Also, there will be some trouble tickets in that lab to fix it, like a real scenarios. You will be learning some monitoring tools. I'll give you an idea about the monitoring tools as well, because you need to have that. This is more technical part, these 4 points. And then there are some other points like these things. These things are non-technical part, because how you prepare for the interviews, that is also important. So questions I can say it is more kind of a technical as well. These interview questions, I'll be sharing the set of questions based on the profile. Let's say if you're applying for network security engineer for 5 years of experience, that is a common questionnaire based on the job skills. Okay, so maybe 2 to 5 I can support, up to 2 to 5 I expect you to clear in that. Based on the job profile, you need to have a specific preparation. That is also important. So that is something I'll be guiding you that as well. And there will be mock interview sessions. Mock interview sessions, I'll be sharing the questions as per that. And of course, this CV writing, these things we can do it. That's not a big deal. There are many things I can just get it done with my own HR and other people. So that can be done. These are all HR related stuff. Something can be done with an experienced HR. We have someone who can do that for us. Mostly the technical part I can explain you. Technical part like seminars, I'll try to see if I can get some real-time experts on seminars as well. We have many people who are connected. We'll try to connect with that. But mostly means I can say I'm good enough to be frank, because just I need to manage my time, because at the end I know how to deliver the stuff, even if I get some because I have been consulting with many people, so I know many things in and out. And of course, you will access to training videos and other stuff. So majority of the problems, this is the solution. Like if you see the chat, there are plenty of people, asking about this thing. This is actually the solution. Now, I'm not saying this is only solution what I'm offering. Many people might be offering, or you can still work on your own as well. There are many people work on their own and clear these things. Okay. So let me just come back to the questions. Anything? I think courses available in the no. There's some relevant questions. I'll just skip them. For enterprise network level support, what kind of communication skills we need? I think I already covered this point. If you remember, the skill set what you need to have is the enough skill set you should be able to communicate with the vendor and the customer, the client, customer or client we call it as. Of course, to some extent with your colleagues and manager, that's something enough. If you're able to communicate, that's enough. Okay, not very good English, that's enough. Minimum what I'm able to speak, that's something, that comes with your technical skills, to be frank. Okay, you don't need to really work much on. If you're able to talk normally in English or any other language, normal English is common language, as I said. Once you are technically sound, then automatically other things will come up. So no need to worry. Okay, whatever I'm speaking with confidence, that's purely because of my skills. Okay. Okay, if I'm not technically strong, then I cannot be that much of confident, because I'm a CCI. I've done so many things, and I know that the people sitting here are not uh, as good as I am. So obviously, there is another kind of confidence. So if you find someone who is less knowledgeable to you, automatically these things will up. Okay, so in some company, let me just come back. Any questions you can just drop in. I'll quickly come up. Another question here. In some company, they ask for particular domain experience like Aruba, Cisco, Versa, Juniper. There are many. When you go for any job, they ask for everything. Everything they will ask you. Don't need to worry. Okay. At the end, if you're able to meet 50% of their expectations, 50% of the job profile, that is enough to clear the interview. Because if you see any job profile, they will ask you, you need to have a Cisco knowledge, you need to have a Juniper knowledge, you also need to know a firewall, you also need to know Palo Alto, you also need to know FortiGate, and also they will ask you to for a load balancer. Even they ask you, you need to have some VoIP as well. Even they will ask you. The question is, are they implementing all these things or not? That's the first thing. Okay. So most likely they may not be implementing. And in case if they're implementing, that's a big company. Then you have separate engineer for security, separate for network, and maybe a separate for servers. And there's a separate engineer for especially for collaboration or voice IP, VoIP. So just having an idea about other things will be good enough. You don't need to be an expert in all. Okay. But if they're asking, if they're implementing all these things, they just want someone who can also manage this in the future, but don't need to worry. Okay, so out of Cisco, Aruba, Versa, Juniper, even if you know any two, that is sufficient. Even if you're good at Cisco and Juniper, that is enough to get into an interview and clear that as well. If you are very good having technically sound in that too and experience. That is sufficient. That's what I generally can say. I'm just coming in a serial order, so please wait for your questions. I'll try to see if anyway, I'll share the email. Probably you can send me the questions later on as well. I'll drop in my email address, my Gmail, probably. You can drop in and connect with me. Okay, maybe on the WhatsApp as well. Probably I'm going to drop in that. Uh, but again, in the WhatsApp, you need to wait for some couple of days at least to get your answers, especially. So in our company, we are facing the issue which in which domain network where we log into switch with the not know those credentials, what may be the issue. See, this is kind of a real-time issue. The first thing, okay, domain network. Domain network means again your company network is in Active Directory domain. So now, okay, log into credentials. See, this is something uh, I cannot explain in one or two lines, but roughly I will give you. See, basically, if you're not able to log into a switch, this is more kind of a real-time issue who is already working on. Let me just quickly tell that. If you're unable to log in, most likely it's a authentication issue. The AAA might be configured, and at the back end, you're integrating with either Cisco ICE or a local login. You have to check that, and accordingly, you have to work on. Maybe your senior engineers might be aware of these things. And in case if you're still unable to log in, then you can do password reset. That's the final thing you have to do. Okay. But how to do anywhere, we'll see. We'll see how to do that until it is live. I think there's a continuation question. We'll just ignore this one. Probably you can just email this. I'll email or WhatsApp. Probably I can answer because this is a little bit relevant to this workshop. Probably I can guide you or I can share some steps what you have. Probably can try them out because even if I tell now, it won't be difficult because I need some more information to analyze to come to a conclusion, or I can give you the steps. That something can be done later. Okay, so please do that. Okay, please share the link of the playlist counseling in that counseling playlist. Let me just see if I can locate because one of the major problem is seminar playlist. Just seminar playlist I should see. Just a minute. Let me just wait. I'll try to see in my notes. I should have the playlist. Now, this is something what you can do. You can even get a one-to-one guidance and counseling. You can connect with our administrator where I'll be giving a dedicated time for that. You need to share some things. So this is specifically the profile. I think I'm dropping it on the chat for everyone. You can find this playlist here. So basically this playlist where I did some counseling sessions for many people. Mainly this will be suitable for most of the experienced people. Even if you're a fresher and you try to manage some experience, this will help you. Okay, so you can go through with that, or if you have a specific requirement, you can just go with one-to-one counseling as well. That's something you can also go with. You can connect with our administrator, or you can just connect with me on this to do that if you want specific. But some of the things which I have shared the playlist already here. But one-to-one counseling, I'll do it, but that will take time because the major problem is the time. I have to schedule many things on that. Okay, let's quickly finish off this. If you have any questions, you can just be here and to know the answers, or else you can just leave the meeting. That's okay because anyway the recording will be available, but I want you to be here. So let's come back to the questions I missed. There are some relevant ones. What about the work-life balance? Work-life balance, what should I tell? There is a specific question from Santosh. I don't know. I need to discuss with you personally and see what problem you're facing. Accordingly, I can suggest. Because one of the major problem with the people working with the networking or network, time you can get anything. You might be working on the weekends, you might be working sometimes more than expected due to the projects and other things. This is a major issue as well with many companies. So that something I can't say anything on this, but this is a major stress thing you will face. And if you have a good skill set, that is also can be manageable. But still, the more you do, the more you'll be asked again. Like sometimes the work of four people might be just managed by two people. Okay. So I can't comment on this because I have to understand your situation and scenario. Accordingly, I can only suggest those things. So I think I suggest you to a personal email to me, and maybe on the WhatsApp you can connect with me. Probably I can let you know, because at the end, I need some few questions to ask to get the answers. I cannot simply answer those things. So where can I start security engineer guide? Please me. Now, where can I start? It totally depends on your where you are exactly. Okay. From where you can start means first you need to understand where you are. Whether you have done the basic networking CCNA and you have any kind of experience you have, networking knowledge you have. That's the thing. If you have, then you can directly jump into the firewalls and you can start from there. Go to the network security program and other things. And if you don't have, then you have to start from here. So it totally depends where you are exactly. Again, for this, I recommend, I think you are just started with CCNA. So probably CCNA is the first step. Then you can just move to the next step like that. I assume you're just fresher. Probably you need to start with the CCNA. And of course, you can also text me. I can guide you with that as well. Let me just come to the next question. Yeah. So I've done CCNA, currently working as a network engineer. Is it okay to do CCI through online videos without CCNA? Okay, so just done CCNA, currently working as a network engineer. Now the question is, see, going for a CCI is a different thing. So the first thing we need to, because there are many people without CCI, they are doing good. So adding more skills is important than adding a CCI. So if the CCI adding is important as per your personal goals, that is okay. I'm not saying that is not bad, but that is a long process. Why I'm saying long process? Because there's a huge time investment you have to do. Of course, you have to spend a lot of money on that. Because at the end, you can say, I'm going to learn through videos. That's fine. That is a cost effective solution, but still you need to write the exam, right? So the CCI exam, let's say if you're going for CCI enterprise, any one track, if you take CCI, any track, the core exam you have to write, that is for $400. And then the other thing is you need to go for the lab exam. For one attempt, it is 1600 US dollars. So which means roughly you should be ready with 2000 US dollars first. In Indian rupees, if you are from India, Indian rupees, it's roughly around 1.5 lakhs. That too first attempt. So if you fail, then you should be again ready for the next attempt. That's the first thing. So which means you should have at least 1 lakh ready with you. So probably 1.5, $1,600, it's a huge 1.5. Now the currency is a huge difference. So you should be ready with two attempts. On the average, it is a second attempt because I passed my enterprise in second attempt. That is routing switching. I passed my service provider in second attempt. I passed my security in third attempt. And many of my students passed in first attempt also. You should be minimum ready with two. So financially, mentally, uh, technically, if you are ready, you can go for it. Okay, of course, sacrifice your personal time, sacrifice many other things. Learning for 6 hours per day, these all things matters. So if you have all these things, then I suggest you to do it for CCIE. Or if your goal is just to add the skills, knowledge, then you can go. Because your goal is like, I don't want to go for exam. I'm just adding for my personal knowledge so that I can have more skills, more knowledge. If I cover CCI concepts, I will learn more things that will be useful for my production network, that will add my skill set. Well and good. That is good enough. Okay. And if your goal is with skills, along with that, I also need to pass the exam, then there are additional things you have to keep in mind. Okay. So again, to be specific, I suggest you to get in touch. Probably I can, because I need to know your requirement. Accordingly, I can suggest. Okay. Roughly, I have given these things. Okay. What is the roadmap for the fresher? Okay. Let's come back to the next. Okay. What will be the roadmap? The next question. What will be the roadmap for the fresher? Those who have already done CCNA. Now, see, for the roadmap, it's simple. If you have done CCNA, the roadmap is just CCNA is not going to help you to survive, to be frank. Just CCNA, unless if you are a fresher applying for a job with a good academics, and if you apply for any companies, that's something. There are every month there will be more than 500 people do this. Okay, so you're not just the one. I'm just taking a location of my own cities in Hyderabad. There are many training institutions offers just a very small price, and more than 200 people get trained. Okay, I train not more than 30-40 people per month, but there are many people skills, the technical skills, in-depth knowledge is important, because just having CCNA is not sufficient. So this will again matters based on your graduation. I need to know your academics as well. Academics is something I'll check, and experience, how much you are going to, the gap, that is also important. So let's say if you have a gap of 1 year, then the skill set required is a little bit less. But if you say I have a gap of 5 years, or I have just gap of 2 years, then again, that's where, because 1 year gap you can just show as an internship. I worked as an internship with Envoy or anyone. You can just get into enroll, and that's one way you can accommodate. Parallel, you can prove. I'm not saying just getting a certificate. You also need to prove. You should be in a position to prove as well. Okay, so I suggest you to go with either L1, L2 program or NSE program. These two things, any one. Mostly this one is suggestible, because firewalls, getting into firewalls without experience, that will be challenging. But still, if you are a BTech graduate, I suggest you, because I normally suggest based on individuals. Because if I see someone who is not a keen learner or not quick learner, then probably I just tell, do this and do some MCSE, do some VMware, and just go ahead. That is sufficient for anyone who is like likely 10 plus 2, or not a serious learner, not a very good learner, not very good in communication skills. I generally suggest them on a system admin role, L1 role. And if someone is graduated, I'll suggest you on L1, L2 role with a good average, above average. If someone is very good in learning with a good grades in the academics, I suggest them for security background directly, because normally people will go like this. Even I started like this, I just started as a system admin, even system jobs as well, of course, which I cannot discuss. So basically, system admin role, and then network admin role, and then network engineer role, and then got into network engineer, and then get some experience, add some security skills. So you can go like that, but that's going to be time consuming. If you are good at, we can directly jump in. Nowadays, you have plenty of options. Okay. Again, for this also, I recommend you to connect with our admin or with me as well to explain this process, because this is a more kind of an individual thing. I have given overview for the other people as well. The same thing. The next thing, let's say, I think next is Sharath. Sharath, your question. Basically, I have a 5 years of experience in network engineering, monitoring engineering, specialized in network monitoring. And if I complete L1, L2, and yeah, definitely it will help you, because already you have an experience. See, basically, already having experience is a big advantage, whether you're working or not, because you get everything written in paper. That's the first advantage. And the second thing, you see the network. and see the things how they happen. So this is something a gift for you. Obviously, this is something a gift because there are many people who are not working and they don't see the network, they don't get any documentation like written experience. That's where the face challenge. So if you already have this, that's a good thing. But the question is now what you have to do is what is your job is now you have to see what are the different technologies used in your network, what are the different firewalls, what are the routers, what exactly they are using, what kind of company it is, and what your colleagues or seniors are doing. Whatever thing you need to add those skill set. Okay, I'm not specifically saying L1, L2 because L1, L2 maybe suits you, may not suits you, but again I have to understand few details. That's where I'll ask you to send few details relevant to this. Like that's what I'll ask you to send these details because once I get these details, then I'll get an idea because your work current profile. That's what I ask for anyone who is looking out for what to do. These details are something I require. Your profile, day-to-day tasks, on technologies. If you're already working or not working, these things. So if you get me these details, probably I can guide you better and let you know because we cannot make sit everyone in the same bucket, right? We cannot keep everyone in the same bucket. That's not possible. Okay. I think this is done. Let's come back to the next one. What's the timing for the coming CCNA batch? See, CCNA batch I have starting from next week, Monday, 7 p.m. The same time. That's 7 p.m. Time, Indian time. So if anyone want to start, you can just connect with the admin and you can do that. That's those things again connect with an admin. Difference between L1, L2. So please be with me, okay? Because I would just wanted to complete this things today itself. Because I don't know whether tomorrow other people will join or not. Because majority of the things I covered. So let me complete this. Don't keep it for tomorrow. I think half an hour more. I hope everyone is okay. L1, L2 and network engineer. See, basically the difference between L1, L2 and network engineer is this is a network. L1, L2 mainly focuses on the CCNA skill, CCNA, CCNP, network engineer role, which is the most common starting for everyone. In both the things, it's common like CCNA, CCNP you cover and mock labs and troubleshooting skills. Along with that, real-time skills and interview questions, these all things will be covered in that. This is common for everyone. But whereas in the network security engineer, you will be doing the same thing like CCNA. But instead of CCNP, instead of going to network engineer, you are getting into network security engineer. Like you learn some firewalls and security things where you are trying to make your profile as a network security engineer instead of network firewall engineer. So depend upon the individuals. Some people prefer with a network engineer role and then later on add some firewall skills. Or some people, for some profiles, like I said, I suggest to go with a network engineer, add some 2 years of experience, and then go to security like that. Because the challenge is in network security engineer, the problem is mostly I suggest this for people who are already working. I suggest this because if already working, they know the firewalls and other stuff, it will be easy for them to get in. But especially for freshers who don't have any experience, I suggest to go for this. That's the difference. Okay. But still, I'm not saying the freshers cannot go for this. Still, they can manage. But because based on our program, what I am designing, it's something, easily. I'm not really saying this because easily you can manage 5+ years of experience. If you already have some experience of 2 years, 1 year, you can easily make it 5. That's what I can get you done. But still, at the end, it's you to work out. I'm not going to get you a job. I'm not going to do a proxy interview for you. I'm not going to do anything which is beyond what I can do. I'm just guiding you. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to guide you. I'm going to give the documents. I'm going to do everything for you, whatever is required. At the end, you have to put the efforts. Okay. So if you're not regular, if you're not putting the efforts, if you're not, let's say, if you have 1 year of experience, you can easily keep 5 years of experience. If you don't have no experience, 2+ is something manageable. If you have 5+, we can just make it as 10+. That's what everyone do, right? That's what everyone do. Normally, what they do, they just because at the end they have 10 years of experience. but they merge this experience as a security engineer and then show as a 10 years of experience. That will be like 50% of hike, or even sometimes 100% hike. That's what everyone do. That's what I have seen many people been from 20K per month to 2 lakhs per month in the span of 10 years. 8 to 10 years, not even 10 years, I can say. Roughly, I can count 8 to 10 years. This is possible. So in the next 10 years, you can just make it 10 times. It's even more than your, uh, it's possible. But the thing is, the skill set you have to add, uh, learning, continuous learning is important. So many people actually stuck here. They still have 10 years of experience, but the problem is they are not getting this much, and they are just managing anything around 20, 40 to 50K, because the problem is the skills. Okay. So these things are possible. Don't worry. I'm not giving any wrong information. These are proven things. It's possible. But at then you have to work hard. At then you have to work hard. But I can give you the complete roadmap. I can guide, but at then you have to put all the efforts. Okay. Any other things? Codes will be in English. The codes will be only in English. Okay. So don't expect a Hindi. Personal chat, anything you can expect in English, because at the end, at the professional level, when you start working, they expect you to know in English. Okay. That's a kind of a compulsory thing. It's a global standard language now. Uh, so probably you should know English as well. So please work on that as well in parallel. Because anyway, I'm recording these things, so it will be beneficial. Matters. I think I covered this all. But I don't need to repeat. I completed. So I completed CCNA, CNP specific courses. I don't want to name any institutions here. But basically CCNA, CCNP, and some CEH. I think that's what mentioned in the chat. You can just read the chat, because the recording will be there. I don't want to go with anyone. So still, I have no confidence to go for interview on the job portal, not having, and I'm certified ethical hacker too. I know MCSA basic Palo Alto. So this is purely, basically the skill set is something you need to match. This problem is something, if you remember, I discussed the expectations, the industry expectations, what the company expect, what is our skill set. There's a huge gap. So normally this comes because of the gap, what the company expects, and the skill set what you acquire. Because frankly speaking, the skill set what you acquire, you feel that it is good enough. Sometimes students feel that is good enough. Sometimes your mentor or the teacher also tell you, okay, this is good enough to crack the interviews and all these things. That's something. But if you don't have a confidence, that purely because of the skills. So what I suggest is you need to revise and add the skill set. Of course, here what you have to do, you have to revise the CCNA, CCNP, and make sure that you know each and everything. Let's say if you're done CCNA, CCNP, let me just frame a simple question for you. If you're just talk to yourself, if you are in a position to answer this, probably that means you're technically strong. And how good you are with subnetting, that is also matters. And how good you are with routing protocols like the OSPF and EHRP, what's the differences? In my company, I prefer to use OSPF. Why? And we don't use EHRP. The question is why? Simple thing. Okay. Then again, the question comes from there. You say you suggest OSPF, and few highlights you highlight. Then again, okay, in OSPF, how we can optimize. Again, there's the concept of stubs you should know. We can optimize through summarization. We can optimize through stubs. We can optimize. See, the problem is you should get that framed questions. That's something required here. Assuming that you know the skills. Okay. Assuming that you know the subject. Okay. Okay. If you don't know the subject, you're not good at, then you have to figure out. Okay. Just go through with my workbook once. CCNA, CCNP workbooks I'll share. Just check how good you are at that level. And if there is any gaps, I recommend you to fill up that. And coming to this certificate hacker, that's something I'm not sure, because uh, you should figure out where you want to go. You want to get into this or this. What profile you want to add, what experience you want to add. So in terms of this, I recommend you to add this firewall, Palo Alto firewall as well. MCSA is not going to help you much, just in terms of knowledge. Operating system like certified ethical hacking, those kind of things will help you, but I don't really see any reason for that. Okay. Again, I recommend you to share details. Like I said, few details to me. Probably I can just guide you, because I need to understand your specific requirements as well. Because unless and until I know those details, I cannot do anything. So third category falls, I think, someone, Gautam Raj. So, I discussed about three different categories, right? So the third category where you are into IT but not working on the, so you almost have 10 years of experience. Now, this is something when you have 10 years of experience already, so now you need to add many skill set. It depends. Now, working in healthcare IT sector has nothing to do much on the network side, because you will be mostly working on system side. Like here you can see you're working more on the system side. Now, when you're working on a system side, most of the network system side, there's a limit. As I said, there is an end, even I worked on the system side, I know, working on servers, Active Directory, these all stuff, managing this, luckily, I have everything programmed, for me. But the problem is, if you have to simply move on to the network side, I recommend you to add some network level knowledge. CCNA, CCNP will add something. At least CCNA you start with, that's what I suggest you. Add some network skills, and additionally you can add some other skill, because you have more experience on the system side. Some cloud courses also might help you, but again, it depends on what kind of profile you want to get in, what kind of job you want to get in, that also matters. Okay, so adding either this or some firewall courses will give the benefit, but at the end, when you're showing 10 years of experience, the skills and other things matters. Even I suggest you to share few details to me, or have some one-to-one counseling sessions. That will help you here. Okay, I recommend that. Okay, or at least share some details accordingly, I can suggest you. Okay, so the next 2 days I have allocated for these things, so probably we'll work on these things. Okay, do the certifications already answer this question? So I hope everyone is already aware of this. Do the certificate required? See, certifications are only help you to get shortlisted, but the certifications will not help you to get into a job. Okay, so it will help you to shortlist. So the main thing you need to have is skills and experience. These two things are the main thing. The certificates comes in the third category, and most of the companies sponsor your certifications if they feel that if they are working for IT solutions, if they're purchasing the products for getting the projects, certifications will help you. In that case, the companies will sponsor you. If you're not working for IT solutions, if they are not really bothered about the projects, and if they're not bothered about projects and purchasing the devices directly from Cisco, not bothered about discounts, then this is not really mandatory. So this is something you have to do personal. But these two are always required. Okay. So like the example, if you're working in a health sector, I managing the IT infrastructure, they don't really bother about certificates, because for them it's not really an important thing. Uh, Coming to the next question here, do we need to learn Python for automation? And when do we need to learn, and how it will take into networking, and which firewalls is a user friendly and the most commonly used by most of the companies? Now the first thing, there are two questions here. The first thing is Python for automation. Automation is something is going to drastically already change many things, because automation is almost everywhere, network automation. So for that, you can add the Python or not. It depends on your profile. Like for me, let's say I have seen recently, I have done some trainings for network engineers working for 8 to 10 years. Templates like SD-WAN from Cisco, if you're using, or if you're using Fortinet SD-WAN for WAN deployments, you don't need to do that because they come inbuilt GUI from where you can manage all the templates and everything. So you don't need to learn the Python. That's not required. If you're using SD access from Cisco, which is LAN automation, you don't need to learn the Python because they have a built-in scripts which will help to do that. Let's say if you are working for a company where your organization is looking for day-to-day tasks and you want this day-to-day task to be automated or scripted. And that way you can learn the Python and do this. Like day to day, every day you have some few tasks of level 1, level 2 engineers, and you want to automate, you can build the scripts for that to simplify your work. So learning will help at the end. I'm not saying anything you add, you learn, that's going to automatically help you anywhere in the nearby future or your profile or getting into a job. Always this is going to help you. But I cannot say that, learning Python is mandatory. I don't know Python. I still now I have some basic idea of the Python scripting, but I didn't get into much on that because I didn't get into any kind of automation task. Maybe in the future I will add the skill set. That's something I require in the future, but it depends on the profile. So if you add the skill set, that is good. Like we have a dedicated course on this as well. We generally do one course on Python automation for network engineers. So how network engineers can utilize the Python scripting for their day-to-day task. That's something a good skill set to add on. I recommend you to add, but I will not say it is mandatory for everyone. The more you add, the more it is good. Now coming to the second question, which firewalls are user friendly? See, all the firewalls are user friendly now. All are user friendly. All comes with a GUI. So everything is easy now. Firewalls, everything is easy. There's no specific firewall I say, which is different or complex because the core concept remains the same. In terms of most common firewalls, there is a huge competition between different vendors, FortiGate, Palo Alto, Checkpoint. They lead in the market apart from Cisco, ASA, FTD. You can see I wrote in order for some reason. Okay. So majority of the market depends on the country, depends on the regions. Okay. Like in Indian market, you see most of the FortiGate firewalls are used. It will vary again, but specifically considering FortiGate, I can say it is one of the leading Forti firewall vendor. It's more simplified and cost effective. There are many reasons for that. And majority of the big size companies, they prefer Cisco because of the standard the Cisco follows. Especially if you are based in US, you generally Cisco is have a good market. But I'm not saying specifically because routing, switching, routers and switches, Cisco is the leader. But in firewall, Cisco is not the leader. Cisco is just a competitor. Okay, so that's the reason when you see our promotions, we generally suggest you to have 2 to 3 firewalls because you never know which firewalls you actually use. So if you know any 2 firewalls, you can easily learn the third firewall. Third firewall you can easily learn. So I recommend you to add any 2 firewall skill set. Any two. Why I'm saying because one firewall is enough, but two will give you the idea how they differ. Anything more than two is always good. Okay, so any 2 firewalls, I really recommend to cover up that. So, will you be covering the real-time situations and deployments? Yeah, of course. It's not exactly real-time deployments. So don't expect the real network because even if I'm consulting any company, I cannot show the real network of them. I'll try to simulate similar networks and I'll show you. Okay. So that's something what we are trying to do because I do consulting for many others, but it doesn't mean that I can show the real network or the real topology of them and show you everything. That's something against that. But I have my own documentations which I'll be showing you similar to that. Okay, similar to that. If you go through already, I discussed this point in the scenario. This is more kind of a similar scenarios which I try to create depending upon the requirement. So we'll work on those things. That will be minimum enough. No one will give you these things. Okay, so that's something enough for you to work on. Any seminar or SOC analyst, I'm not sure how I can do that. I'll see. Because I'm not good into that. I cannot do that. Okay, any other things? A few minutes, I can't share the networking interview. Now, the profile will vary. Networking, many questions you have to cover that vary based on the question. Initially, right now, we are just focusing on the people who are already into these programs. But definitely, we'll be sharing those things. But because it's a big, vast, when I say networking questions, means it's vast. So it's not specific to thing that will vary based on the profile. Of course, there will be some common questions we'll try to work on and we'll share as soon as possible. Okay. How to master in the field? How to master in the field means it's just by learning. Okay? Just by learning, that's the only way you can master the field. How do I learn Palo Alto firewalls? Palo Alto firewalls, you need to get into Palo Alto or some videos you have to be and do the labs. We can simulate the labs in GNS3 or EVNG. That's how you can learn anything. Because now we can simulate many things, so you don't need to really sit and do that. Which firewalls covers in the course? You can choose the firewalls. Basically, in the NSC program, what we do is the network security engineer, you can actually choose the firewall. There will be two firewalls will cover. You can choose any two firewalls. We generally suggest the ASA, FTD, Cisco specific, but you can choose FortiGate, Palo Alto, any two firewalls as per your requirement. That can be chosen. Yeah, I have done training, CCNA training from someone. I'm expecting you to cover the scenarios with deployment. See, at CCNA level, already I covered that. If you see, there's a question like CCNA training. I've done the CCNA, and there is one chat where it has done the training. I think Balakrishna. So if you see, I already covered that scenario. See, already I do cover in my CCNA already. CCNA mock lab. This is based on that only. Scenarios with deployment. Okay. If you have not seen, just let us know, let our admin know. He will share the mock lab scenario question. Just go through with that. Then you'll understand. It's a complete implementation. See, the problem is we don't do it. That's the problem. Even this is something I have my students. Many people don't do these things because they just do a simple labs. That's they expect that is enough. Okay, let me take a few quick questions. There are many questions popping up. I have to see whether it is covered or not. So working as a knock engineer, experience of 5 years and my career next level, please advise message. Trying to move to other country. So again, this is something that has to be specific. So I cannot answer this. I suggest you get in some one-to-one counseling or probably that's something I suggest you and share the profile and other details. That is going to help you. How to move to network security? You can move to network security, but that too I need to understand your profile. That's a thing. So if you have these details, you can share those details to me. I will see what can be done. Okay, because this is something we cannot discuss here. At the same time, it will vary based on there are many questions I need to ask before I come to a conclusion. Okay. The answer is yes. In the CCNA course, will it be possible to provide the real case studies, use cases? That's what the real world case studies. There are many things. But just CCNA, that's not possible because at the CCNA level, if you're a fresher, we can say like, okay, it is possible, but at the advanced level, it's not possible. Real world case studies, there are many things. See, every organization is different. I don't know what is exactly the real world case study. The real world case study, no one will share. No organization will share. Every company have the real time issues, but no one will share. We have to document. We have to just build those things. Okay, that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay. So basically, just doing CCNA course, that will be sufficient. In the CCNA course, what I cover is I generally cover the core technology and then some labs. And then the third part, I'll share the mock labs. And the fourth them, I'll share the questions. The CCNA level question is nothing but the exam practice questions. That is sufficient. The problem is we don't do that. Okay. So if you are able to cover up those four things, you will be in a good position to clear the interviews as well. Real world scenarios come into picture when you're showing the experience. Again, if you're showing the experience, then you need to frame few other things and be ready with that. Okay, that again has to be customized. Generally, we do this for the programs who enroll for with those programs. So no need to worry. If you are in that program, we'll definitely do that. Okay. This is something already we covered. Do we provide seasonal labs in security course and also security labs? See, for all the things we do that. We provide seasonal labs, we do that. In security course, yeah, security course, you can get access to CCNA labs, workbooks. See, anyway, the workbooks are already available on the website. You don't need to ask for anything. Okay, so basically, even if you go to nvsolutions.com website, already we have all the workbooks available on the website. So if you just go here, you already have the workbooks here. So all the workbooks you can download from here itself. Okay, you have a CCNA, CCNP, all the workbooks are available. Mock labs workbooks are not available. We keep it for specific students who enroll for the courses or online courses. We generally keep it for them because we do have a regular interaction with them. So we'll be keeping working with them. So one organization network is down, router and switch also working fine, but the network is down. How to solve the problem? Now, how to solve the problem is solve before you solve the problem, you need to ask the questions. Before, see, basically we expect you to solve the problem, we expect to troubleshoot, but you don't ask what is the problem. Okay, so when you're saying the network is down, then how you realize the network is down? That's the first question. You say that, okay, the computer and the server, I'm not able to access internet, I'm not able to access this, I'm not able to access the server. Then you need to figure out the network is down because of the router, because of the switch, because the router and switch might be working fine, but connectivity can be an issue. It can be other issues. So it can be a routing issue. So that's where the troubleshooting comes into picture. Okay, that's where you learn in the real-time programs. Okay? That's where you need to know. That's where you learn when you do the labs. Okay, so that is not specific. I cannot specifically answer because ask few questions, and you have to come up with those questions. Those things are important to know. Do we require any global certificate? Means like CCNS? It depends on the profile. Okay, I cannot say it's. It depends on the profile. If you're adding too much of experience, then that's may require. Based the certifications, the more you add, the more it will add weightage to your profile. Obviously, it is going to add that. But now the question is, can you afford all those certifications? Is it worth? Are you getting that particular package to afford all those things? That also matters, right? Because there are many people who just get all the certificates in the profile, they don't land into a job because they lack the skills, they lack the experience. Okay, so if you're just adding the profile certificate, that's not going to add value. If you're adding the certifications and if you can sponsor it, or if it is worth of adding that along with skills and experience, I recommend, really suggest you to add that. But if you're investing, I recommend you to investing on the skills and the experience, getting some real-time things. Then third step, I suggest you on the certifications. Okay, which CCNA, which CCNA should I start for network security? See, basically, there's only one CCNA now, that is CCNA 200-301. So only you have to do CCNA, then you can directly jump CCNP security or any firewall courses. And again, if you're going with this, probably the NSC program is the suitable program for this. You can register or you can go with this NSC program, the network. That will be good enough, the network security engineer program. This is something what it covers on. Start with the CCNA and you can go with this. Still, there are 10 more questions. I think let me quickly complete the. Anyway, it is recorded, so I'll be Okay, so I have done the CCNA in 2017, working as a network support engineer. Okay, so handling the FTTH networks. Okay, it's a fiber, I think, on to transition security domain. So 2017 means almost 7 years of experience. Okay, so again, if you're network support engineer means the main thing is you need to add the skills of your network domain, like whatever the seniors are doing. Okay, so like take an example, you're working on this network. I don't know what is FTTH. It related to fiber or something. Network support engineers. The first thing you need to expertise the skill set. Expertise relevant to all network support engineer. Like network support engineer includes managing the routers, switches, managing the cabling connections, or managing all related tasks to network engineer or senior network engineer or your seniors, whoever is working on this. You have to cover all those things. That's the first thing. And for that, whatever the relevant courses you have to do, like CCNS, CCNP might be the suitable courses you have to do. Maybe just CCNA or CCNP. Or maybe just CCNA will be sufficient if you want to add here. But I recommend CCNP as well. That is something. The more you add, that is good. But at then also have to see whether you are in a position to go with that or not. Again, if you're going the network security domain, first you have to find out whether your company already have the firewalls. Obviously, it will be. And also there will be a security engineers working in your company, right? Find out what they do, which firewalls they are using, learn that particular firewall, and what are the different roles your network is security engineers are there. Just get some idea on that. And of course, you have to get some relevant information, and you have to merge the profile. Okay. Now there are two options you have. Either you can switch internally. If you check the seminar counseling sessions, majority of these things you will find. These kind of questions I have answered in detail in that seminar playlist, the counseling playlist. The first thing, if you have an option to internally switch, where you have a manager or someone who can assist with internally switch, that's the best option with a small hike or no hike might be, but you'll get experience here. Maybe 1 year, 2 years. Then you can simply jump into a different company with around 20 to 40% hike. That's something you can plan. Or if there is no internal option, then again, your chance will become more difficult. So you have to be more stronger, uh, and then you can merge your profile. So basically, whatever the 7+ years experience, you just don't say as this, you say as network security engineer. So the experience, what you're going to show you as a network security engineer instead of just network support engineer or maybe a senior network engineer like that. Because if you just say network support engineer and a level 1 engineer, then you don't expect a huge change in the other things. So obviously, everyone work for money, and then the better you get package, the more you will, though it will be beneficial as well. It will be good for everyone. So basically, that's something what you have to do in this case. Okay. If you want elaborated, probably you can connect with me. This is just a short and quick I have given. Even I'm a diploma. Even I'm a just diploma computers +3. Okay. So no need to worry. You can do that. You can achieve many things. Okay. I do as I said already in the earlier as well. I'm just a diploma and I do consulting for many companies and many masters who does masters work with me. Many managers, they associate with me. They do consulting with me. I design for them. I consult them. I document their networks. There are many things I do. Okay. So this barrier is no more. If you take any experience, I don't want to take any, but most of the people who are dropouts are better, doing good, better than who are done the graduations. Okay, because the people who dropouts are generally there, not just dropout. Dropout means it doesn't mean that dropout and just roaming. Because in India you'll find those kind of candidates. Dropouts are doing other technical things or getting into some odd jobs, doing some businesses. They are doing much better than the graduates, especially if you see around, if you have anyone who is just studied 10 plus 2 and he started his business, probably family business or something else. He's doing much better than someone who is getting paid for a job. Okay, so it doesn't mean that we are not a graduate. It doesn't mean that we won't be successful. So just leave that. The companies, still there is a process for graduation, but if you have a very strong skill set and experience, initially you'll face challenge. With the small jobs, you have to manage with a less experienced job. But once you add more skill set, more experience, and more certifications, then obviously you will be in a better place. Okay, maybe at a senior level they may not consider. That's okay. Okay, if you have age on your side, then you can plan some parallel on. There are some distance graduation programs. You can plan that. Even I don't really recommend that. Just give me just tell me one more example. I'm not sure I can connect. Uh, I have one student, basically not student. He's mine from my town. Okay, his name is Praveen. He's right now in Australia. So his name is Praveen. He's in Australia now. He's just a diploma. He was doing diploma when he joined with me because he was my from my same town, and my parents' colleague son somewhere. He joined the course. I said him to, his father was concerned, about his career. I said, send to me. He was there with me. He did some courses, CCNA, CCNP with me. And then at that time, we were running offline trainings as well. So he was with me. And then he moved on working, done these courses with us. So obviously I didn't charge, okay. So because he was my own, like my own brother. So probably the done CCNA, CCNP, and then he worked as a lab assistant with me, assisting other students. That's the next level he did. And after that, he became a trainer. He started teaching CCNA after some experience, not CCNP, just CCNA. And he started learning some security stuff. Parallelly, he was also spending some time in the office. That time, I trained him to learn some security stuff and other things. And then he got into a job somewhere now, worked for 2 years of contract initially. Or maybe that job was 2 years contract. It was a junior level engineer job. He moved to other company. I don't even know how many companies he changed till now. 7 to 8 years of time duration, I can say. 13, 13 I started. So probably around 2015, I think he joined. Around 1 year he was with me. And now recently, around 6 months before, okay, 6 months before, he met me. He was going to Australia from the company side. He's in Australia right now. Doing great things. He's learning SD-WAN now. What are the things he should learn? I suggested him do these things because according to the profile, we have to suggest. Okay. So then, the academics doesn't play any important role once you are, because maybe that academics he might have faced challenge up to this point. At that time, he was also doing the BTech. What is that? True BTech and all. He dropped out. I simply said to drop out from that because I know him. He cannot focus on two things at the same time. I simply said, finally, you may not be in a position to afford that BTech. At the same time, if you go with that, then probably you will not be in a position to do these things. So you have to choose, obviously. So you have to make a career. So because he was also having some backlogs and other things, to be frank. Then I said, this is not your cup of tea, getting graduation and parallelly doing these things. Okay, he dropped out. He said, okay, no problem. He was in a confusion for almost 1 year whether he did a right choice or not. I convinced him. You don't need to worry. Just focus on this. Now he will not. Now, if you ask him, BTech, what is BTech, what is diploma, all these things, these are past. Okay. So myself, also an example. I'm also done with a diploma, not in a financial position to do BTech and all this stuff. Of course, I want to I want to get into a job as quick as possible. At the age of 18, 20, I started working. So that's a difference. Okay. So just ignore this one. Okay. Total, just a minute. I just take only relevant questions. Other questions, if I miss, you can just share it later in case. After CCNA, it is difficult to get into a job as a network engineer because of the requirement of the minimum 1 year to years experience with CCNA certified. Yes, of course, they expect you to have minimum 1 or 2 years of experience. Just CCNA is not going to help you. You need to have the additional skill set like maybe a server, Microsoft. Maybe you just need to have a micro knowledge or server knowledge or some cloud or maybe some network engineer or maybe some firewalls. Obviously, multiple skill set. Every organization look for multiple skill sets. CCNA was a big thing. Getting certified is a big thing. If you take 20 years before when I started CCNA, working CCNA certification, getting into networking, it's a big thing. Getting CCNA certified person is a very big thing. But now it's a minimum thing. Minimum thing is a CCNA. That's a minimum skill set. What do you expect? Additional skill set. That's what I suggest. If anything, because if I'm not completely explaining all this, because that will vary based on individuals. Okay, so I recommend you to email me or WhatsApp. I don't think WhatsApp is good enough because in the WhatsApp you cannot do all those things. But still, you can send me an email. I'll go through with them, and maybe you can attach the profile and other details in detail. That's going to be easier. 10 years of experience as a network engineer, presently working in a data center as a NOC engineer, suggest me what to do. Again, this will vary based on individual. I have to see the profile. As I said, for this, most of these kind of things, I recommend you to share these details. Then I can suggest you because, again, the questions revolve around again the same things like what is your profile currently, what your technology is, and what is your company and how it is working. These all things matters. So if I have these details, then I can specialize. I can specifically tell you what to do. Okay. So I recommend you to do these things. Plan one course for KSA timings. Uh, that's not suitable. See, basically, if I have to do any timings based on the KSA, like doing a weekend class for Saturday and Friday, then you need to get me at least 20 students on the timing. That's the challenge because we get roughly 2 to 3 requirements like that, and it's very difficult for us to accommodate Saturday's classes because majority of the people from US and majority of the people from India. So for most of the countries, Saturday, Sunday will be the weekend. So we plan the classes based on the weekend because all my CCNP, CCA classes, all are working professionals. There are only few people who want to shift the profile uh, like that. I recommend you to just go through with the video trainings and keep in touch. I think that something will work out. Okay, finally, we are into the last 2, 3 messages. I'll quickly finish off. Working because working an international company as an L1, L2, and Fortinet Azure daily. I would like to add some certificates. I need your which certificates you have to do. Certificate means certification exams. Yeah, we can plan this one again. Certifications, most of the certifications add. I recommend you to add certifications based on the sponsors. If you're working for a company sponsoring certification, then do whatever they sponsor. Every certificate, what they sponsor, I recommend you to do each and every certificate. Let's say if you are sponsor, if you are doing self-sponsor and your company is not really bothered about sponsoring the certificate, then you have to be selective. And that depends on the profile, what you want to add later on. And that will make your profile stronger. Okay. So you're already into FortiGate and cloud, Azure. So now you have to decide. Now there are 3 different profiles which will come from here. Either you want to go as a network engineer role, senior network engineer. Mostly you will be going with network security engineer. That's what network security. That might be the suitable profile. Or you might advance to the cloud. Maybe cloud security, those kind of things. It depends on the company because there are some organizations completely dedicated on cloud. So if you're working for a cloud specific domain, then you might advance on this. This is almost take you here only because that's good. So depending upon where you exactly move, you need to add the certificates. What I assume, Fortinet certificate might be suitable in this case. That's something I can add. But still, as I said, decide based on these two. If your company is sponsoring, then probably do all the certificates, whatever you can. As long as you're in the company, that will be beneficial for you as well as for the company. If you're moving out for the company as well, still that will be useful for you in the later on as well. But still, if you have doubts on this, you let me know. Maybe I need some more details to be more specific. Can you do cybersecurity roles after CCNA? Yeah, definitely. Cybersecurity also you can choose, especially if you're a fresher, if you're planning to get into cybersecurity. See, cybersecurity is a vast as well. Of course, everything is vast. Basically, if you're going for cybersecurity, there are multiple skill set you need to know. I'll share one roadmap video. If you can send me or text me, I can share the roadmap. You need to have the networking skills. You need to have some programming skills. You need to have some operating system skills. Those kind of things are multiple skills required to make your career on this. Also, operating system like MCSE, Linux, these skills are required. Some programming skills required, where you can develop some programs as per the requirement, or at least understand the coding a little bit on that. I don't know exactly any other skill set to add, but these are the initial skill set what you need to add before you jump in. So if you're already doing some graduation, or in the graduation from computer background, you learn this. You don't learn this and this, so this is something you have to learn. This is programming is something they teach you almost. Just need to deep dive into that. Any other skill set required for that, because many people directly jump into the cybersecurity course and they expect you get a cybersecurity or certified ethical hacker in 2 months. That's not possible. We have many cybersecurity professionals in touch, or we can say my friends and other people. They don't say it's not possible in 2 months. Just learning CCNA, these things will take time. So it's a complete roadmap, kind of a 1 year kind of an efforts you have to put a complete roadmap. If you're more interested, we can connect some cybersecurity professionals as well. That something can be done. So, okay, final two questions. Just a minute. I'll finish off with this. What is the salary package for 2 to 5 years of experience in networking? Salary package, it depends on many things like country, experience. Already we shared country. Now the question is which country you're working for, which company you're working for. That will differ. Okay. So if you're working, let's take an example, considering Syed, so probably if you're considering in India, typically that will vary. Okay, that will vary. So if you're working in US, that will vary. In UK, it's vary. So every organization, country-wise, it will differ. Okay. If you take in India, the initial starting salary will start with, let's say, 30K to 50K. That's what it will be on the average for 2 to 5 years of experience. 30K to 50K in Indian rupees, in Indian. And similar way, if you're in US, probably that will start somewhere around 2 to 3,000 USD, something around that. In Saudi, US, in Saudi, it is different. In Riyals, I have to say specify. So it will vary. I cannot compare that, but if you specifically share location and those things, that will vary. But I don't really want you to worry on this, because the salary is something it's not in our control. You're not going to work on salary. If you work on the skills, the salary will come automatically. The money will come automatically with the skills. That's what I suggest. Okay. So I never worked for the packages. I never see, what package they're offering. I just work on how much I can learn to some extent. Okay. Now, once you keep on learning, automatically things will follow. Okay. You just change the job, change the company, or, you just move to a different position, automatically that increase. So, and if you feel that you're not getting paid enough as per the market, then switch the job, look for the different company. Okay. That's something I do. But the problem is, if you don't have a skills, any company you go, many people stick to only one company for more than 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. It's not loyalty. People say, I am loyal to my company. These are, fake words. No, people are not even loyal to their family also. So there's nothing loyalty. Basically, working for it. But the question is, they don't upgrade. That's the problem. I have seen many people, many people come to me and say, I have an experience of 8 years. and I work for this company. Now the company is looking for alternative because obviously after 8 years they need to hike every year. They will hike. Now he is in a position not even at the CCMP level. Then 8 years, what they did, they just worked on one network. They just think that, we are getting salary, we are getting paid, we have a good job. But at the end, after 8 years, you realize, 8 years, this salary is not sufficient for us. And if you don't upgrade the skills, if you don't upgrade the new technologies, then you will be out of the market. And then you will you will be in a situation without a job also. So this is the case for everyone. So learning has to be a part of the job. So if you're working for 9 hours per day in a job, probably you have to dedicate, what I say, you have to dedicate at least 20 hours for learning every week, not daily, okay, per week. So now that 20 hours you have to accommodate from where? That you have to figure out. Daily 2 hours, and on the weekend daily 2 hours, let's say 5 to 10, 8 to 10 hours, and then weekend extra hours for practice. Minimum 10 to 20 hours you have to learn. The more you learn, the more you will be updated, the more you will be in demand, the more you will be skilled. The more packages also you will get, obviously. Okay. Because we have to create our own demand. And the demand doesn't comes with just using the words, just favoring the manager, favoring the company, or being loyal to someone. So of course you have to be loyal to someone who is paying for you, but at the end you have an options, you can choose. Yeah, obviously you can share I can share the experience I felt just bit of this. I finished. Okay, basically anything you can share. I have already shared my details. If you want, I can just share it again. Okay, I'm just dropping the things. Also, I'm sending an email. Probably an email will be a better option, or WhatsApp. WhatsApp, I'll do. I'll be in touch on the WhatsApp as well. That's fine. Okay, fine. So we'll stop here. I think that's the end of the session as well, because I was supposed to cover this in 2 3 days, but I have to, because all things are interlinked with each other. If you start another day, then again that will break the flow. That's what I did now. So this PDF and all I'll share. Just get in touch with our admin or with me. I'll be sharing these things. So any more questions, you can just share me later on as well. Okay. So let's stop here for this. Any questions, you can also get into one-to-one counseling or get into our admin. He will guide you. Okay. So the main intention of this is to create an awareness at the same time and let you know that this is something what we can do together. That's what I just wanted to share. Okay. So fine. That's it for this session. Okay. See you. See you. Thank you.